This house is called to order. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and to our viewers on YouTube, welcome. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair adjudicator for this match. This match is the first match in the series of matches under the broad umbrella of the competition, hashtag Afiwi Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition 2023. We're delighted to be here for the start. As I said, my name is Jermaine Barrett, and I'm joined on the panel by two other judges. I'll allow them both to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kenisha Nelson. I'm one of the wing judges today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Xavier McFarlane. I'm one of the judges today.
This competition is brought to you by the Advocates Network in association with the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. We have before us two teams, Port Antonio High School on proposition and the WOLMER'S Boys School in opposition. And the motion that they'll be debating, I'll invite Xavier to announce the motion.
The motion reads, this House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica.
Thank you, Xavier. Now I will invite the teams to introduce themselves, beginning with the first speaker on team proposition. Then we go to the second speaker on proposition, third speaker also on proposition, and then we transition to the opposition and have them introduce themselves accordingly. First proposition speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Witter, and I am the first proposition speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shavar Campbell. I'll be the second proposition speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I am the third proposition speaker, and I am Kemaya Anderson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Coleman, and I will be the first opposition speaker.
Good morning. My name is Adiel Campbell, and I will be the second opposition speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ajani Crossman, and I'll be the third opposition speaker for WOLMER'S Boys School.
All right, so now that we've been introduced to both teams, they are aware of the rules, but for our viewing audience members, the rules are as follows. So each speaker has a specific amount of time within which they will be presenting. So the first speaker presents for 8 minutes, the second speaker for 7 minutes, the third speaker for 5 minutes, and then one of the two first speakers will return on either team in the capacity of as the reply speaker, and that presentation will be for 3 minutes. All right? The first three speeches are punctuated by what we call protected time. So the first minute and the last minute, those 2 minutes are protected from points of information. When you've spoken for 1 minute, you will hear a sound as if it's a bell. All right, I was waiting for the sound of the bell. Thank you. So, and then when you've spoken, when you have 1 minute remaining, you'll hear another bell. Okay. When you are out of time, you will hear 2 dings of the bell. All right. And then we give you 10 seconds extra to wrap up that final point. So in the case of the first speaker, at 8 minutes and 10 seconds, you'll hear continuous dinging of the bell. Are there any questions? Again, to our social media audience, we definitely we're happy that you're here. We want to invite you to stay on through to the end of the debate, because at the very end, you'll be invited to cast your votes in favor of either team. The team that wins the popularity contest, meaning the contest of votes cast on social media, will be awarded an additional 5 points, and that may or may not determine the outcome of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I call upon the Honorable first speaker on the proposition team, that's from Port Antonio High School, to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished and fellow debaters, today I stand before you as the first speaker to argue in favor of the motion. This House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. In order to properly evaluate this topic, it is essential that we first define the key terms involved. Firstly, what is a ceremonial president? A ceremonial president is a non-executive figurehead who represents the nation symbolically, upholds the Constitution, and performs ceremonial duties. The primary role of a ceremonial president is to embody the unity and the values of the country, while maintaining a neutral stance in political matters. An executive president, on the other hand, is a head of state who exercises authority over the governance of the state and can be found in presidential, semi-presidential, and parliamentary systems. Secondly, we say prefer. We mean to express a favorable inclination towards a particular option. According to the Oxford Dictionary, it means to like one thing or person better than another, to choose one thing rather than something else because you like it better. In this case, we propose that a ceremonial president is the better choice for Jamaica, given the specific circumstances and context of our island. To capture the full essence of the debate, let's delve into why we believe a ceremonial president is the preferred option for Jamaica. Jamaica is an island in the Caribbean Sea that is a part of the West Indies. It has been an independent country and a member of the Commonwealth since 1962. It is a vibrant and a diverse country known for its rich cultural heritage, warm hospitality, and democratic values. By adopting a ceremonial presidency, Jamaica can strengthen its democratic foundations and enhance its national identity. A ceremonial president with no executive powers would serve as a unifying figure representing the aspirations and values of all Jamaicans, regardless of their political affiliations. This would foster a sense of national pride and solidarity, promoting social cohesion and harmony. Moreover, a ceremonial president would be instrumental in safeguarding Jamaica's constitution and upholding democratic principles. With a distinct separation of powers, the ceremonial president would act as a check and balance on the executive branch, ensuring accountability and transparency. This separation would prevent the concentration of power and help maintain the integrity of Jamaica's democratic system. Furthermore, an executive president, due to their role, usually creates division. Presidential campaigns often center around politics, ideology, and party associations. This division can impede national unity and hinder the president's effectiveness in representing all citizens. On the other hand, a ceremonial president detached from politics can transcend partisan divides and concentrate solely on cultivating national unity and advancing Jamaica's global interest. Let us
Point
now...
of information.
I decline. Let us now turn the specific context of Jamaica as a small island with limited resources. Jamaica faces numerous challenges, including economic development, crime, and social inequality. By opting for a ceremonial president, Jamaica can allocate its limited resources towards addressing these pressing issues rather than investing in a costly executive presidency. The funds that would have been allocated to an executive president's office, staff, and administrative costs can be redirected to initiatives that benefit Jamaican citizens.
Point of information.
Accepted.
Okay, since the ceremonial president is essentially taking on the same sort of role as a governor general, won't they need to be funded heavily as well, even more so than the executive president?
They would not be funded more than the executive president, because what we really want is someone who can, with not much powers, who can serve Jamaica and bring out the values of all Jamaicans. Lastly, let us consider the global perspective. Many countries around the world have successfully adopted ceremonial presidencies, and their experiences provide valuable insights. Ceremonial presidents play vital roles in providing national unity, representing their nations abroad, and upholding democratic values. These countries demonstrate that a ceremonial president can be an effective and respected figurehead while preserving the democratic fabric of an island. In summary, opting for a ceremonial president is the ideal choice for Jamaica. By selecting a non-executive figurehead, Jamaica can improve democratic principles, foster national unity, and enhance resource allocation. This approach will bolster Jamaica's identity, promote social cohesion, and effectively address pressing challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that speech, first proposition speaker. We now invite the first opposition speaker to respond and to advance a case on behalf of that team. Hear, hear.
All protocols observed, good morning. I rise as the first speaker for the opposition to firmly reject this motion. In the Jamaican context, it does not offer the country a progressive nor principled position for the benefit of the Jamaican people. But first, let me address the severe shortcomings of the government thus far. The first government speaker would have said that a ceremonial president would have been able, or would be able to hold the government accountable. And we ask how, when they have no power. Power is vested in the ceremonial presidency, but they have no actual power or legitimate power to exercise such power. Getting into my speech. In determining this process of constitutional reform, enlightened principles must determine the results of this reform process. Thus, we firmly believe that democratic ideals, accountability, transparency, and checks and balances must be the tenets of the Jamaica's governance model, which an executive presidency better facilitates. And while there are several models of an executive presidency, we as opposition are referring to a full executive model as used in Brazil, the United States, the Philippines, and the Dominican Republic, and not a semi-executive presidency as practiced in France and Guyana. And judges, there are a few questions I wish to present to you as a stimulus for this debate, and will serve as a methodical, objective approach as to why we believe our principal position is more suited for Jamaica. 1, is Jamaica's current parliamentary democracy delivering for the citizens of Jamaica? Is it wrong to prefer a substantive change to Jamaica's governance model? 3, how do we increase interest and participation in the political process for the Republic of Jamaica? And 4, how would an executive presidency improve governance, citizen participation, and strengthen democracy? As first opposition speaker, I will address how an executive presidency will strengthen democratic ideals and enhance citizen participation. The second opposition speaker will highlight improvement in accountability through separation of powers and necessary checks and balances, while the third speaker will elucidate on the benefits an executive presidency has to fiscal stability. And if a study is to be done on post-independent Jamaica's most impressive accomplishments, it would not be surprising to see our efficient and transparent government polling negative results. The truth is, a large percentage of Jamaicans today are dissatisfied with the level of progress this country has made after 6 years of independence under a parliamentary democracy. And I say this, I make this point, because we believe that a ceremonial presidency is not the right model for Jamaica, and there are solid warrants to support this argument. A ceremonial presidency, in actuality, is not much different from what we live under currently. A ceremonial presidency will still be characterized by a parliamentary democracy, that meaning a Westminster model, a separate ceremonial head of state akin to the Governor General, and a head of government in the form of a prime minister. With that said, what assurances can the Jamaican people have in the new constitution with the same old, recycled, tired model, merely removing the British monarchy as our head of state? How will that actually impact what concerns the Jamaican people regarding our governance? Accepted.
When we possess a ceremonial president who is native to the country and has the country's own interests at heart, won't they be able to produce a better governance effect than the current system that we have due to being liable to the people?
Well, you will hear in my speech that I disagree with that fundamentally, because the ceremonial presidency has very little actual executive authority and merely exercises his power on advice of a separate head of government. Back to my speech. What actually concerns the Jamaican people about our governance is accountability, democracy, transparency. Will that be improved? We argue not much, if anything at all. What would give it assurances of a better government model is one rooted in those fundamental principles I keep referring to. In an executive presidency, the model is built up and centralized around democratic principles. The role of head of state and government are combined, and the people directly elect their candidate to the highest office in the land. There's a single countrywide constituency where the president is elected by the whole electorate rather than being directly appointed due to controlling the majority of seats in parliament, as is the case with the prime minister in a ceremonial presidency. Therefore, the president, and by extension the executive, is directly accountable to the people. The executive derives its legitimacy from the people and not from parliament, as is the case with a ceremonial presidency. And therefore, it does not answer to anyone except the binding constitution, the law, and the people of Jamaica. This is in contrast to the ceremonial presidency, where the highest office in the land is an appointed position. He's either selected by the head of government or the legislature in a vote by the houses. One of the most fundamental flaws of the ceremonial presidency is that it takes away the ability for people to elect the head of government and state themselves. Instead, it's delegated to parliamentarians who are believed to act in their own party's interest rather than the people of Jamaica. They feel disenfranchised under the parliamentary democracy and would feel the same under the ceremonial presidency. They feel as if they have no other option other than the same old repeated crop of candidates from the same recycled political parties. They need substantive change. They do not need another performative head of state who is not accountable to the people, nor a head of government they cannot directly elect through a vote. And Jamaica is already seeing the results of this. For the past 3 elections, the voter turnout in general elections have been declining as voter apathy sets in. When citizens survey the political arena, they are not convinced it makes sense to even exercise their franchise. This thereby undermines our democratic institutions, which should not be allowed to continue into the Republic of Jamaica. People should have the option to turn up at the polling center and vote for their head of government and state directly. Voting for your MP in order to elect your head of government is not suitable to elect members of the executive. If the executive presidency is instituted, however, people can directly vote for their head of government, which should more likely see more persons getting involved, increasing voter participation. And that would be a huge win for Jamaica's democracy. Executive presidencies have generally seen higher rates of voter participation than a ceremonial presidency. This is highlighted in the following country statistics: United States, 68%, Brazil, 69%, and Colombia, 59%. This is compared to ceremonial presidencies such as Barbados, 44%, Dominica, 31%, and Trinidad and Tobago, recording 58%. And these results are from the Elections and Boundaries Commissions. All of those executive presidencies I stated earlier have recorded higher levels of participation in their elections than the ceremonial presidency counterparts. It's only logical then to conclude that executive presidencies are more suited to democracy as it strengthens citizen participation and interest in the political process. And Jamaica desperately needs that. My fellow opposition members will continue our firm rejection of this motion and highlight the benefits to Jamaica from a governance point of view. Thank you.
We thank the first speaker from the opposition team representing the WOLMER'S Boys School. We now go back to Port Antonio High School proposition, and now we invite the second speaker from that team. Hear, hear.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'd like to rebut some comments or thoughts passed by the opposition. Firstly, they emphasize that a ceremonial president who would have no power would then be unable to have any potent effect within the state of governance within the country. However, to this we firmly object. As we would have mentioned before, the ceremonial president is considered the head of constitution, they are the head of state, and as such, they, without any political affiliation, are able to act as a neutral mediator between any conflicts that may arise within the country as a whole or within the political system. They seem to present the image of a powerless leader who the people cannot even put in charge, a mere puppet that is elected by those already in charge. However, that is not the case. As we would have mentioned before, as my first speaker would have mentioned, a ceremonial president exists especially in a presidential system, not that much similar from the one that they would have mentioned, where the people themselves can elect their president. They can choose who they want to represent their nation and them as a group. Now, the opposition's general idea is that the current system is no different from what would be present in a ceremonial system. They wish to paint you a tired picture of a Jamaica that is left in the hands of those who do not care about them, but that is not the case. What we, the proposition, present to you is a team leader, one who is not gifted powers that would then sway their beliefs in order to be overly considerate about political affiliations, favors, and any form of corruption that naturally arises from power. Because as we all know, power corrupts absolutely. What we, the proposition, seek is a balance. We seek a balance between an entire cabinet of ministers, or whatever you wish to call them within the new system, that will be able to all focus upon their own individual portfolios while working together as a unit to present for Jamaica the best movements going forward. What we seek in a ceremonial president is a leader, a mediator, and a coordinator, one who can stand at the helm of this new system, balancing those beneath them, while at the same time accepting ideas and help from all those who work alongside them. What Jamaica needs in this time is a team leader, one who is elected by the people and who represents the people without having any portfolio requirements that would tempt them to do otherwise. Now, what the opposition seeks to tell you is that what Jamaica needs is an executive president, one who has administrative powers, one who in their world can produce changes. We understand where the opposition is coming from. However, we also have to seek not just chances, not just possibility, but stability. Yes, a great executive president can lead a country in a wonderful direction. We will concede that. However, a terrible executive president can also do the same. And we must acknowledge that in the same way that they acknowledge that the ministers within cabinet can be elected and then turn out to not have the best interests of the country at heart, in the same way your executive president can do the same. And you're not electing multiple people, you're electing a single person. It is all that much easier for a single person with supreme power within the nation to fall into corruption and to lead it astray than it would be for a person who does not single hold that power but has to confer with this entire group of leaders. And now while we'll understand that yes, these leaders can be corrupt, if a nation, if a people do not have the accountability, the responsibility, and the awareness to elect a group of leaders that will take them in the proper direction, then I do not know where that nation is going. Now, I would have already explained the team leader benefits of our plan, but let me re-emphasize some strengths that we have. Now, as my first speaker would have mentioned, on our side, we have better constitutional unity. What this means to say is that the ceremonial president, at their core, they are focused on what the people desire. It is their requirement, it is their job, it is their entire life during their state of election that they should focus on how best to lead the country, to represent the country, and to do all the things that can help the country prosper. Even from when Jamaica had just gained emancipation, when we had just moved from being slaves to being free peasants. Accepted?
You claim that the ceremonial president is the best to lead the country. Point of view, yes. You claim that the ceremonial president is the best to lead the country. However, we have identified, and so have you, that the ceremonial president is the head of state and not the head of government, where the government is where legislators and policies and laws are passed. So how then are you going to try to sell us the idea that the ceremonial president is the one leading our country when they are not the head of government?
As in our current system, and as would be in the new system of the ceremonial president, even though the ceremonial president is not the head of government, there things such as laws and bills cannot be passed without them being reviewed by them, or with at least them being scrutinized with them within a house. Meetings have to be called just like the one that we're in now for all parties, not just those in power, but those in opposition, and those who don't hold direct power over governance, to review, to assess, to scrutinize, as you, my dear opposition, are doing currently. Thank you for your help. Moving forward, what we have to focus on in the ceremonial president system is that, foremost, the main difference here is whether or not the president holds administrative power over the nation. And at this core, we have to ask why we'd prefer that they do not. Firstly, we, as we've explained before, do not want that to be a distraction to them. If you're given a power, that will be a priority in your consideration when campaigning, when seeking what you want from this position. We've already explained that we do not want them to have a level of power that would undoubtedly have a strong corrosive effect. Aside from that, we also would prefer if the entire group of leaders that the country would have elected would be a greater balance. A single individual can be corrupted. A single individual can easily be led astray. However, when a group of individuals are not able to individually cause drastic change within the country, but must confer with one another, must seek assistance from one another, as we are doing currently, it is able to provide better laws, better bills, better changes for the country. And when each minister is able to focus on their own industry, yet come together to support whatever new laws are placed, which would affect them, we are better able to have a democratic Jamaica, a truly democratic Jamaica. As in the days of the free villages, when persons banded together to buy land so that they could work together and they could all reap the same rewards. That is what we seek now, not just on the ground level, but on the higher level, on the level of governance. What we, the proposition, want is a team leader, one who is not led astray by powers that are not needed, are not required for Jamaica, our land that we love, but instead we seek one whose primary concerns and powers are all related to what the country as a whole needs. Side proposition temporarily rests.
We thank you, second proposition speaker, for that speech. We go once again to the opposition side to hear from their second speaker. Let's make them welcome. Hear, hear.
All protocols observed. Panel, good morning. Members of the audience. Time come. In order for Jamaica to truly decolonize its constitution, she must first deshackle herself from the residual structures of the monarchy. One of the most prominent being the inherited parliamentary democracy model of the Westminster governance framework. My opposition leader would have clearly outlined to you the burden of this side on the issue at hand. The ideals of democracy, accountability, transparency, and checks and balances have been cited as aspects of governance that will improve with the implementation of an executive presidency model. The proposition has made a valiant effort to convince you otherwise, but we hold firm in our stance as their contestations may be challenged in the following ways. So both the first speaker and the second speaker of the proposition came with several arguments that sort of stab the whole idea of what they're trying to present in the back. in their own backs, basically. They presented democracy and checks and balances and accountability as their key metrics for preferring the ceremonial presidency. But how does the ceremonial president boast a democracy when they aren't even in most cases directly elected? Now, I heard from the deputy speaker that in cases they can be elected, but that whole idea of their direct election clashes with the idea of an apolitical representative of national unity, which is what they are presenting for the ceremonial president. So how can you have someone who is detached from the political fray and is also directly elected? Doesn't that make him or her political in some sense? So I find that they have knifed themselves with such an argument. Accepted?
As you've mentioned, the current structure is eerily similar to a monarchy which enslaves us. Don't you think one in which an executive president who can wield absolute power over the state would still, in a sense, be somewhat like a king? One who would then enslave the people to their own whims?
I believe this is a mischaracterization of the executive presidency. An executive president is not an absolute ruler. An executive president has checks and balances. This is why separation of powers exists. They don't act at their free will. They do have more power, but that does not mean that their entire power is to rule over the country with nobody to tell them otherwise. So now that I have objected to some of the arguments made by proposition, I will go into my first substantive. I wish to explore the fact that the executive presidency model supports separation of powers of government more effectively. According to the Rule of Law Education Center, the separation of powers is a concept that requires the arms of government as checks and balances on each other's power. It also requires that power is balanced between the arms of government, so no one person or body of people becomes too powerful. The concept stems back to the French political thinker Montesquieu, 1748. He said, when the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or in the same body of magistrates, there can be no liberty. In a parliamentary democracy like Jamaica, the executive and legislature are essentially conflated. This is because the members of the executive were taken from the pool of MPs in the House of Representatives. Furthermore, the Prime Minister, who assumes the role on the basis of his or her command over a majority of the ruling party, rises from among the same pool of parliamentarians where he or she and their cabinet make a significant portion of the ruling party in the House. This becomes an issue as it relates to conflict of interest. I propose to you, Mr. and Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that in an executive presidency, there is more neutrality in the relationship between members of parliament and the executive, allowing for greater freedom of thought and representation. As we can see in the ceremonial president, it is more likely that they are going to retain the prime minister, so this issue will still exist. This is so because the executive president is expected to select a cabinet outside of parliament, which is then approved by Senate, as is done in the United States. With that, there is expected to be less underhand pandering to the policies and ideas proposed by the head of government in order to get in good graces and earn that coveted portfolio in cabinet. This allows for robust engagement and demonstrates true democracy with its checks and balances. Consequently, when the executive has developed its policies and are looking for them to be coded into law, they must effectively convince their legislature of its merit. Such a challenge toggles at the metal of the plans of the government and encourages them to properly assess their proposals. Being held to account in such a way will mean that the executive, not accepted, and legislative branches of government must work to be equally bipartisan and meet each other halfway for the greater benefit of the Jamaican people. As an extension to this idea, the next point can be made that disconnecting the executive and legislature through having an executive president allows for each individual part of government to function most efficiently. When an MP also functions as cabinet minister, It then becomes imperative that they find the perfect balance of responsibility. However, it is rare to find an individual who is able to strike such a balance of making adequate engagement with constituents while managing ministries and making representation in official capacities as minister. What history has shown is the inference of the University of the West Indies anthropologist and researcher Dr. Herbert Gale about the results of the 2011 general elections. He postulates that the Honorable Dr. Tufton and several others were booted from their seats in Parliament because they had neglected their constituents. It was argued that Tufton, who won the seat in 2007 with a clear 1,825 votes, had focused too much of his time and energy carrying out portfolio duties as Minister of Agriculture, of Industry and Agriculture. In further investigation of the matter, some politicians at the time were interviewed. One of them being Carl Samuda, who was a former Industry, Investment and Commerce Minister. He agreed with this view, saying that his position as minister had taken up a lot of time away from his engagement with constituents. So therefore, panel, there is no perfect solution for a governance model in this process of constitutional reform. However, when we assess both ceremonial and executive, we come out with the fact that it best affects the key stakeholders in a democracy, the populace. This is why the executive is the best model. Thank you.
We thank the second opposition speaker for his contributions. We go now to the third proposition speaker to hear their stance on the matter. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I start my speech, I would like to compare what our opposition has said to what our proposition has said. What we proposition present to you is that it is a risk to have an executive president. With the unlimited power that Jamaica needs, what Jamaica wants is someone who can Opposition emphasizes checks and balances, but even though these exist currently, we are already seeing the results of an executive leader. Their cabinet Sorry about that. Today I stand before you to express my strong disagreement with the proposition that this House should require prospective candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests. Wrong speech? Oh, I'm sorry. Today we gather here to discuss an important matter that will shape the future of our beloved country, Jamaica. The proposition before us is whether we should prefer a ceremonial president over an executive president. I firmly believe that we should indeed embrace the idea of a ceremonial president, and I will present three compelling arguments to support this stance. Firstly, power corrupts absolutely. It is a timeless adage that has resonated throughout history, granting an individual the extensive power that comes with an executive presidency. It carries inherent risk. We have witnessed countless instances where leaders have succumbed to the allure of power, leading to corruption, abuse, and erosion of democratic values. By opting for a ceremonial president, we can avoid concentrating such power in the hands of one person. Instead, we can establish a system that disperses power among a group of leaders, ensuring a more balanced and accountable approach to governance. Secondly, multiple heads are greater than one. Embracing a ceremonial presidency allows for the inclusion of different specialists and experts, each bringing their unique knowledge and perspective to the table. In this era of rapid change and complex challenges, it is essential to have a diverse range of voices shaping our nation's policies. By having a team of leaders working together, we can tap into a wealth of expertise and ideas, ultimately leading to more comprehensive and effective decision-making. The collective intelligences and collaborative efforts of a group will surpass the limitation of a single executive. Lastly, let us consider the context of Jamaica as a small island nation. While we recognize the need for leadership and representation on the international stage, we must also acknowledge the excessive power wielded by an executive president. This may be disproportionate to the needs of our country. Jamaica requires a president who can serve as a unifying symbol and represent our values and aspirations. A ceremonial president would be better suited to fulfill this role, as they can engage in the diplomacy, cultural exchanges, and act as a beacon of hope, promoting our national identity and preserving our heritage. Such a president can focus on fostering national unity and solidarity, while the executive responsibilities are shared among a group of capable leaders. In conclusion, a ceremonial presidency offers a promising path for Jamaica's future by avoiding the concentration of power, embracing diverse perspectives, and tailoring our leadership structure to our unique needs. We can foster a more inclusive and balanced approach to governance. Let us choose a ceremonial president who can represent us on the world stage and steer us and steer our nation towards prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, third proposition speaker. We now go to the third opposition speaker. Let's meet that speaker. Welcome.
Testing. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, and members of the government, as well as the audience. I stand here as the third speaker for the opposition to strengthen our stance against the motion. This House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. The proposition has already stated their substantives, and as such, I would like to address the flaws within the government's arguments. Firstly, the proposition likens an executive presidency to choosing a king. And Mr. Speaker, I must say, this is a baseless argument that I believe was just said to create a rouse. An executive president would not be above the law as seen in monarchies, and they would have to be held accountable to the judicial system that is currently in place in our nation. Mr. Speaker, the second speaker went on and on about how a ceremonial president would be involved in the revision of laws and policy rather than just making them himself or herself and being a great team leader. Mr. Speaker, I think they are grossly confused. A ceremonial president in entire job description doesn't even have to do that. They have to take no part in the executive running of this country. So why then would they? Because they believe. Why then would they? They most times would not even be a part of these law-making decisions unless it is to sign the paper that confirms that they are aware that it is existing. Mr. Speaker, they also talk about how an executive presidency is expensive, as it will take a lot of money to maintain not accepted at this moment, as it would take a lot of money to maintain the office, but neglects to mention that our current state of Jamaica currently pays to maintain the office of Prime Minister and Governor General, which is currently what I am here to talk about. Judges, we on the opposition bench would prefer an executive president over a ceremonial president, as it would be more cost effective, which will allow for a more efficient allocation of limited resources. A ceremonial president would be a waste of taxpayers' money, as the model does not differ much from what we currently have in place in Jamaica. The only difference being that our system of governance has a governor general representing the king as our head of state. As it stands, the country spends millions of taxpayers' dollars on the governor general, from his salary to his abode and vehicles, as well as his host of staffs and servants. In 2017, we saw $236 million set aside in the budget.
Point of information.
Accepted.
In like manner, how the Integrity Commission, which will carry out all these checks and balances the opposition is so favorable to, isn't it also likely in your world, especially where the president has executive power as well, that they too will be able to mitigate what should be a commission in place to control their usage of their power?
No, the judicial system is separate from what we would choose. So the executive president chooses his parliament, but he does not have any say in what judges are chosen within the country. As previously said, in 2017, we saw $236 million set aside in the budget for the sustenance of King's House, which is where the Governor General resides, as well as an additional $40 million budgeted for the purchase of a new vehicle. In this current year, the Governor General is set to receive a gross salary of over $34 million, and an insane $440 million has been allocated in the budget for this fiscal year for the maintenance of the office of the Governor General and its staff. He holds no decision-making power and is just an extension of a ceremonial monarch whose primary purpose is pomp and pageantry. In fact, the Governor General only exercises his power after consultation or upon the recommendation of other government officials, namely the Prime Minister, which leads us to ask the proposition, what difference would it be with the ceremonial president? They say the ceremonial president will help to keep us in the government more accountable, but the ceremonial president would only act upon the advice of other government officials. Choosing a ceremonial president who would serve as head of state would see us back into the cycle of wasting taxpayers' monies, of keeping a frivolous position that does little to nothing as it relates to the governance of Jamaica. Additionally, the country would still have to maintain the Prime Minister as the head of government, who would be the primary decision-making official. The Jamaican people would be rightly outraged to see the country continue to spend so much to maintain the post of Governor General with the addition of a Prime Minister. It does not follow common logic, therefore, to become a republic, yet still retain an expensive and unnecessary position under the pretense of a ceremonial president. An executive president would eradicate this problem, as the posts of head of government and head of state would no longer be separate, relieving some of the burden on the budget. This would see us in Jamaica cutting our expenses, especially considering the recent hike in the salaries of government officials, as we would pay our president to serve in the capacity that the Prime Minister and the Governor General currently serve, or to serve in the capacity in which the Prime Minister serve and the government's, the proposition, proposed ceremonial president would serve. Instead of paying 2 salaries and paying for the maintenance of 2 homes that we currently do, we would only have to pay for 1, which would surely work out cheaper. These leftover funds can then be focused on the social development that desperately needs to take place in our country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, an executive president is more cost-effective to the Jamaican coffers and removes the unnecessary maintenance of a frivolous position, thereby benefiting the people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote Peter S. Foot. Drop the idea of a ceremonial president, a completely unnecessary and expensive layer of governance, and have an executive president. The unification of the roles of head of state and head of government would see us spending less money than we currently do for the maintenance of the Prime Minister and the Governor General. Funds that are better used elsewhere, better in our economy. Funds that you could take and invest into helping the youth groups in our community. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much for that speech, third opposition speaker. We will now take a 1-minute break to allow you to put those the finishing touches on the reply speeches. Then we will resume with the reply speaker on the opposition, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the 1 minute pause has come to an end. And so at this time, I welcome the reply speaker from the opposition team. Hear, hear. Of course, that speaker will speak for 3 minutes. And then at the end of that speech, we'll continue and conclude the debate with the reply speaker from the opposition side, from the proposition side, rather.
Good morning. Good morning again. I return to just reply to some of the major arguments in this debate and to close the opposition's arguments on this motion. So just to say, the whole idea of a national unity is a vestige of colonial era mindset, stemming from the monarchy in England. The whole idea of having a national unifying figurehead is very much what the monarchy plays in England. And so we are here proposing, or what the government is proposing, is that we continue this into the Republic of Jamaica. And we say no. And we have given the several reasons, particularly based on the principles of democratic ideals, accountability, transparency, and checks and balances. And we have made strong arguments and supporting evidence as to why we believe this would be better for the Jamaican people. And just to address some of the points that they came with, the government came with, they said that the executive presidency are more likely to have dictatorial leaders. And we disagree. The necessary checks and balances that accompany executive presidencies would suppress the overreach of powers of any one branch of government. Additionally, it is misleading to label the executive presidency as being more likely to devolve into an authoritarian state, when in a ceremonial presidency, the parliament is generally the most dominant branch of government in most of the times, especially when one branch or one party in parliament has a supermajority, as is the case now, and controls both the executive and the legislature. Next, they made the point of there being more room for corruption and misuse of funds. The notion that the executive will not be audited or would have free reign over the country's coffers is not true. And the fact is, Parliament, or the legislature, has sole responsibility for the public's coin. And they have to approve any major expenditure that's not included in the budget, as well as pass the budget in of itself. So that point about about the executive presidency being more prone to misuse of funds and corruptions is not true. And also the point about an apolitical head of state is also extremely misleading, because in my opinion, and in our opinion of the opposition, in any event, the head of state represents the people of our country and the country at large, and should therefore be directly accountable to the people through elections, and that is not facilitated in a ceremonial presidency. And so with all of these arguments, we can clearly see that for democracy, accountability, transparency, and checks and balances, the ceremonial presidency for Jamaica is not more suitable. We believe the executive presidency offers Jamaica a brighter future, a stronger democracy, stable, and also allows Jamaicans, average Jamaicans, to have the ability to elect who they believe should serve their country in the best capacity that they can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech and for concluding the case from the opposition's vantage point. We now call upon the proposition reply speaker to conclude the case on behalf of proposition and to conclude the debate as a whole. Hear, hear.
Throughout this debate, side opposition has been attempting to pick and choose which parts of our current system, their system, and the proposed system by proposition they would like to acknowledge. For example, they would like to take the ceremonial president's position as a symbol of unity and national pride as being similar to a monarch, yet it is in their system where their executive president has all this power, plus even more, that they seek to ignore this fact. They mentioned how the checks and balances within their system would be able to suppress corruption, would be able to keep a fair democratic system. Yet, just like in our current system, where persons are able to wield greater administrative power in both a symbolic and an executive position, it is now where the Integrity Commission and other similar bodies and powers are unable to properly restrain the actions of the Parliament. They mentioned how they, in their system, would be better able to represent the people, how they would be better able to lead Jamaica in a better direction. They claim, especially within the third speaker's speech, that in our system, our ceremonial president would be more costly, would be a greater chance of wasting the resources, the taxpayers' money. Yet it is in the executive president's system where the president is charged not only from a ceremonial perspective, but also from an executive and administrative perspective, that greater resources will be allotted to them and their office. Yet they claim that we are the ones who would be a more costly system. Now, firstly, side opposition mentions that in their model, they have a greater separation of power. Yet it is in our model where not only the president only have a ceremonial position, but as side opposition themselves admitted repeatedly, would have to seek guidance from other officials, other officials, other government members before any decision can be made within any hearing, that we have greater separation of power and a greater sense of democracy. They themselves admit, while attempting to pass out as a weakness, that the ceremonial president is dependent upon the group before any serious action that affects the nation can be taken. Yet they attempt to pick and choose that in their model, they are the ones who instill a greater sense of democracy and fairness to all. The side opposition admits all the benefits that we have admitted about our ceremonial president. They have outright confessed that the greatest sense of democracy lies with side proposition. And so, as to why side proposition would prefer this model, simply because we want Jamaica to move forward as a unit. Side proposition ends, but only reminding you that the ceremonial president's main duty, above all, is towards the persons who would have worked together to elect the ministers who they work with, who would have worked together to grant them the power they wield, and who they are in debt to in every single hearing where they act as a mediator, as a witness, and as a symbol of the country as a whole. Side proposition rests.
Thank you very much for that fine speech, and thanks to everyone, all of you debaters who participated so very well in this contest. Thanks to our social media viewers as well. We're going to take a pause to deliberate and to review the ideas that have been put forward, and then we'll return in about 10 minutes or so with the results. Thank you.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
All right, thank you. All right, so media team, just tell me when to start. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this match, the match that featured Port Antonio High School on proposition and WOLMER'S Boys School on opposition. The motion that they contested had to do with whether or not we should pursue ceremonial or a non-executive president versus an executive president. Port Antonio defended the stance of the ceremonial or non-executive president, while WOLMER'S Boys School were in support of the executive president. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should begin by giving these very strident and strong debaters a strong round of applause. They really deserve it. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen this debate contested amongst the university students, and they did just as well as the university students, possibly even better. They were so good. Now, I will just speak to just a few of the things that mattered significantly for us as judges in arriving at a decision. The proposition tells us that their defense for maintaining a ceremonial head of state is because the ceremonial head of state is traditionally and historically and across other societies the embodiment of national unity. Now, at that point, we were interested and we were listening intently. We wanted to hear, though, a sort of a crystallization or making into a pragmatic reality. What does a unifying body look like? How is the unification of that role, or the role as a unifier? How is it that it is expressed? We wanted to hear a lot more about that coming from the proposition side. Of course, opposition contended that it's really a waste of money, it's a grand waste of money, and that in their world, once you combine the head of state and the head of government as one role embodied by an executive president, then you're far more efficient, and of course you're also benefiting from things like greater democracy, because that person, that executive president, would be voted for and would be held accountable to the people of Jamaica, right? Now, again, I think also proposition would have benefited from a range of examples to show how it is that the executive president is in fact more efficient and does things to a greater extent better than what we get in the world of the ceremonial president. So some contrasting of examples would have helped to enhance and helped us to visualize a lot better what it is that both sides were defending. From opposition tells us that an executive president is likely to evolve into a tyrant, right? They say that it represents a concentration of power and authority, and that it's likely to be abused, and that there is not a lot of accountability that will hold this person under check or in check, right? We found that as an interesting idea, but we also found a reasonable response from team opposition. Team opposition tells us that in their world, they get a better range of accountabilities through separation of powers, and that there are checks and balances. They pointed to the Integrity Commission as being one of the entities that would hold the executive president accountable. We also saw, though, an attempt at a response from team opposition to say, well, the executive president could very well wield such authority as to demolish the checks and balances. They spoke to, for example, the Integrity Commission as being under threat because of the supreme authority, the unencumbered authority of the executive president. Of course, I think, though, that on this particular point, team opposition was adequate in articulating that there are sufficient mechanisms, one, and that the mechanisms are such that one of the mechanisms that make it less likely that we'll evolve into tyranny and despotism is the fact that the separation of powers will obtain more cleanly in the work of the executive president than obtains currently in the status quo. The final point I'll speak to is a point that both teams sort of engaged on that we didn't think advanced the debate very much. We think it's relevant, but it's not necessarily necessary. So the idea about us needing to have executives, that's members of the cabinet, who are not also serving simultaneously as members of parliament. The wording of the motion for us as judges does not require that team proposition defend that, in as much as they were defending it so extensively in their speech. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the decision as to the outcome of the match is a unanimous decision. And the decision reflects one team getting 230 points to the other team's 255 points. Note, ladies and gentlemen, the team that won this match in the eye of the judges is the team that also secured the most votes from our social media audience. That team, ladies and gentlemen, is WOLMER'S Boys School. So congratulations, WOLMER'S Boys School, on this victory, and very well tried, Port Antonio High School. In terms of debaters worth highlighting and commending, we have one on either team. On Port Antonio, on the team proposition, we want to commend the second proposition speaker, Shavar Campbell. We think that he did most of the work in terms of really pushing the team's case clearly. I was advised that he didn't even really have notes, or if he had notes, he wasn't really looking much. So there was a lot of eye contact and engagement with the audience, and a lot of information came out of his speech. Congratulations, Shavar. But the best debater for this match comes to us from the winning team. That's the first speaker from the WOLMER'S Boys School. We were pleased with his presentation when he spoke as the first speaker, but we're also even more pleased when he returned as a reply speaker. We think that he really hit all of the important ideas in the debate and responded to them adequately. And by the end of his presentation as a reply speaker, it was without question that his team had in fact won. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And to our social media audience, stay tuned. Don't move from the platform, because we will be back with another match shortly.
Yes, Jermaine. All right. So let's get this show on the road. So we're going to announce again the round for the draw for round 1B. Of note,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who had a chance to watch the debate that just took place, you would have seen a contest between Port Antonio High School on proposition versus the WOLMER'S Boys School on opposition. And they were contesting the question as to whether we should have, as a part of our new constitutional arrangement, a ceremonial president or an executive president. All right? Now we're going to have a very brief conversation with the debaters, but before we do so, I have beside me Professor Rosalia Hamilton, who has a few comments.
Well, my first comment is it was an excellent debate, and I want to congratulate the both team leaders, the winners that really did very well. But I also wanted to find out from each of them, having researched the issue. This is a very contentious issue in Jamaica right now. You know, on the ceremonial president side, what did you see as the most valuable argument that you really believe in, that you really think is important for Jamaicans to consider? And the same for you, what do you see as so important that we should not ignore it? Because we know that no one side is right totally or wrong totally.
What I found most important that was presented strongly by the opposition is the efficiency that they would have with the head of state being the head of government and how they would have a tight connection to the people at the ground level. In a democracy where the people are active and willing to cause great change for their country, I believe that this is a very efficient system and one that can lead towards great positive changes and a very progressive movement overall.
I think what was most profound to me in this debate was, from the argument of the government, was the whole discussion about whether or not executive presidency more leans towards an autocratic system or it could tend to lead to an autocratic system. And I believe that clash of ideas right there was very good to have, and it was probably the most profound point made in the debate about if the lack of accountability and checks and balance were not in place, Jamaica could quickly descend with an executive presidency into a dictatorship with a tyrant as our head of state and government.
Right, so this issue of the focus on the presidency doesn't get to some of those root issues that either system, if we're not clear about the accountability measure, and if we're not clear about the role of the people in being active players in the democracy, and part of that accountability measure will have problems, whichever system is in place. Yes, you agree? I agree. Yeah, all right. So I thought that was important to have that conversation because we may win debates, but the issues are much deeper, and issues of accountability and the role of citizens in a democracy, I think is pivotal. So again, I want to congratulate both of you. I think you did very well, the teams. You brought out a lot of issues that are important for all of Jamaica as we engage this discussion. Thank you so much. Good. All right.
And just to note as well, one of the things that's really important about debates, teams take particular sides, but as you probably appreciate from listening to the second speaker on team proposition, is that him highlighting the awesomeness of that argument about the efficiency and how it is that team opposition's case about greater efficiencies was something that he thought was good, probably reflects that his genuine view may very well deviate from the position that he took in the debate. So one of the things that we have to appreciate is that debaters, when they speak confidently and convincingly, it doesn't necessarily correspond with their unique position, the positions that they hold generally. All right, so thank you again, debaters. Awesome job, and definitely keep debating.
Excellent, and congratulations to you, of course, Jeremy. You're doing an excellent job. Good.
and welcome to round 1B of the hashtag A Free Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. For all our fans out on social media, we welcome you as well. Today, we have Immaculate Conception High in proposition facing off against Campion College in opposition, and they will be debating the moot. This house would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. An excellent debate is expected to happen in here. We're looking forward to it. I am Ravon. I will be your chair judge for this match. With me are Najani Stewart and Javon Downey, two expert caliber debaters. So just some housekeeping. The first speaker will have 8 minutes, the second 7 minutes, the third 5 minutes, and the reply speaker 3 minutes. The first and last minutes of each speech is protected time in which no points of information will be accepted. And finally, there'll be no points of information accepted during the reply speech. Look for a nice, clean, informative debate. At this point in time, we'll invite the first speaker from Immaculate Conception to open up this debate.
Be given a cue to start, or should I just start? Good afternoon, respected judges, my worthy opponents, and spectators in attendance. My name is Olivia Powell, and I will be your first and fourth speaker for the proposition side today. Before we begin, I will remind you of the moot we'll be debating today. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. This House strongly agrees with this moot. To set the tone of this debate, here are some key terms. Part-time, employed for or occupying only a part of the usual working day or week. Full-time, occupying or using the whole of the usual working day or week. Prohibit, to formally forbid something by law, rule, or other authority. Substantive, having a separate and independent existence. And a politician, a person who has political power in the government of a state. Our second speaker, Dejane Jonas, will skillfully be presenting you with the point that being a politician is indeed a full-time job. While Abigail Taylor, our third speaker, will be delivering the point of part-time jobs being distractions. Politicians are voted in by constituents in hopes they will serve them well. Politicians have an ultimate responsibility to their constituency and country. In being a politician, this House would like to set the premise by reminding or even enlightening of who a politician is. Let it be known that a politician is primarily a servant of the people. Service, duty, loyalty, integrity are the core principles and values that dictate the role of this public servant. We cannot ignore the strenuous expectations that this job comes with. Politicians need to give their full attention to the people, especially at this time in Jamaica's history, as we are embarking on one of the biggest constitutional changes. With a recent increase in salary, it is more than fair that we demand that the representatives in the House of Parliament commit to their jobs. In recent times, it has been reported that politicians have not been attending meetings and have been doing so for quite a while. This can be attributed to the fact that they have outside factors that they are committed to other than the job of being a politician. Ultimately, having other outside commitments will stray your focus from what your main commitment is, serving the people and being laser beam focused on your responsibility, being a politician. This moot has to do with quality of work, time taken, and money being paid. Is the money that politicians are making now enough that we can ask them to not look for outside jobs? According to the Observer, the Prime Minister, ministers of government, members of parliament, mayors, and councillors are now among the highest paid set of political representatives in the entire Caribbean. Politicians, just like any public servant, deserve to be paid for their work. With this recent 200% increase, it puts our politicians at the top earners in Jamaica, not to mention the Caribbean, and now puts the Prime Minister's pay to over $20 million annually. Not accepted at this time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this 200% increase, we believe that the money politicians are earning now is enough that we can ask from them their full attention to the country they promised to serve.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. In Britain, where politicians are given the freedom to have second jobs, many MPs have other jobs as paid political consultants. They advise companies on what to do in terms of government decisions. It was even discovered that they were lobbying other politicians to vote for topics posed in the House of Parliament on their companies. Yes, I'll take
Isn't it true that short part-time consultancy doesn't fall within full-time or substantive part-time jobs, and so would be outside of the scope of your proposition?
My house strongly believes that being a political consultant, a paid political consultant at that, is a full-time job. As if a company is calling you to make decisions for their company, at any time they can call you and ask you to do these things. And also, with paid political consultants, with their job of advising companies on what to do in terms of government decisions, it would fall under the fact that they are having a substantial part-time job. Thank you. As I was saying, it was even discovered that they were lobbying other politicians to vote for topics put forward in the House of Parliament. In other words, how to cheat the government. Some even go to a further extent to reveal unwarranted information to companies to benefit them. It may be an upcoming policy to warn the company of what is coming so they can prepare and make the strategic choices. This act is corruptible and obscures good political practice. Since dishonesty and malicious political tactfulness has been injected into the political fabric of England. This House therefore believes that there is no guarantee this act of political foul play and exploitation will not be replicated in Jamaica. An article from a highly regarded news source called Guardians brings light to the act of former UK Parliament member Liam Fox. According to this, he lobbied other politician members on behalf of a trade company that paid him an absurd amount for these ventures. It has reached a point where Britain is even considering banning second jobs or consultant jobs as a whole. Isn't it conflicting to have your responsibility to your constituents, but also your responsibility to your company? Are you really voting for the betterment of your constituents or for the betterment and development of your company? This conflicts the entire purpose of being a politician. One could interpret this act as selfish and greedy. Because having a part-time job or substantive part-time job can remove service and duty to your country as a core focus. Your responsibility is not to the company you're advising, but to your constituents. We must recognize the fact that being a politician is not an easy job. This House believes being a politician is not just a job. It's a responsibility. It's a duty that you have taken upon yourself. It's a privilege that you have been given to be a part of ruling a country or be involved involved in its lawmaking processes. You are being paid by constituents' taxes, and with this, it's your responsibility to give your full attention to their country once the proper conditions are set for you to do so. And we, the proposition, believe that these conditions have been set, and Parliament members do not need to have these demanding second jobs that take their attention away from their primary duty. Thank you.
We thank the first proposition speaker for opening up the debate and ask the opposition leader to come and respond to those substantives.
Ladies and gentlemen, judges, esteemed colleagues, and respected opponents, I, Aidan Rampier, rise before you today to vehemently oppose the motion that seeks to prohibit politicians from holding other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Such a restriction would be detrimental to our political system and the overall well-being of our society. Here's how Team Opposition will win this debate. We will not dispute the harms that Jamaica is experiencing in the status quo. We can easily grant that to the proposition. We recognize that there is widespread corruption and that the public is often neglected by the representatives, and that politicians are vulnerable to lobbying, special interest groups, and the like. What we wholly challenge is the government's suggestion that this policy gets them any closer to solving these problems. Instead, we contend that this policy does not address, or in fact makes worse, all of these problems, that we have more effective and practicable solutions. And that is how we will meet the burden by rejecting this proposal. But before I get into my substantives, I must address Olivia. Let's clarify what is intended by substantive part-time jobs. A reasonable interpretation of the motion sees that the modifier substantial being used to refer to jobs that are not strictly full-time, but come close enough in their time consumption. It's important that we do not interpret substantial here as merely referring to jobs that are of great importance, because if that was intended for this debate, the motion would have been crafted to say substantial full-time or part-time jobs, in contrast to the current emphasis it places on part-time jobs. Specifically, they're being substantial enough in engagement to make them somewhat comparable to full-time jobs in the same respect. In fact, the ILO defines substantial part-time jobs as those demanding 21 to 34 hours each work week. Let us also be clear that a full-time job is one that goes up to 40 hours. It's a crucial point because for all the government's claims of the corruption it seeks to solve, the policy is unable to prohibit the kinds of jobs that lend most to corruption, and instead prohibit the kinds of jobs that are least involved in political corruption. It's not the doctors and nurses and educators in Parliament who create the problems that the government seeks to solve. It's overwhelmingly the board directors of public bodies and short-time public consultants, which cause conflicts of interests and who are vulnerable to special interests, at least according to the proposition. But the proposition doesn't affect a single one of them, so right off the bat, even if we grant all team government's concerns, their proposition would utterly fail at remedying them. And we won't grant a single one of them, mind you. I will address Olivia's concern about politician salary later in my opening. Firstly, let's also address the concern raised by the proposition regarding corruption, which she erroneously used the case of the UK to elucidate. It's undeniable that corruption is a grave threat which must be tackled head on. However, implementing a ban on politicians with stakes in businesses is not an effective solution because it does not get to the heart of the corruption issues, which is, in fact, a supply problem rather than a demand problem. Strengthening existing anti-corruption measures and promoting transparency in government would, in fact, yield much better results by enhancing accountability mechanisms, ensuring financial disclosures, and conducting thorough investigations. We can root out corrupt practices and hold politicians accountable for wrongdoing. The establishment of our Integrity Commission has been instrumental in addressing corruption and in maintaining public trust. To my substantives, first we must consider the fundamental rights of individuals in government. We do not impose restrictions on a politician's rights, such as their freedom of speech, movement, and association. If a parliamentarian wishes to use their time and exercise their freedom of association to run a profitable and productive enterprise to the public, then what grounds would we have for interfering? It'd be unjust to curtail their professional freedom simply based on the nature of their occupation. To put it another way, what would be the difference between a parliamentarian volunteering their free time and efforts to a worthy environmental cause and doing the same work, earning their time as a consultant? The only difference would be the money. So this is a money issue. One has to ask, does having multiple income streams really make a politician unfit and more corruptible than career politicians? The government needs to say that it does, but in fact it doesn't at all. A study in the private sector jobs and parliamentary behavior in the American Journal of Political Science establishes that in the UK, politicians with private sector jobs employ more scrutiny and ask more questions in parliamentary settings. They're more detailed and more rigorous and less likely to go along with the policies just handed to them by their parties or external outside groups. In fact, we will argue that the financial security that comes with external jobs, as seen in the journal, decreases corruption and takes political power away from the industry lobbyists, because parliamentarians would not have to worry about their salaries. Let's also reflect on the political consequences of banning politicians from other jobs. By imposing such a restriction, we discourage talented professionals from entering politics altogether. Can you imagine the loss of capable individuals who have excelled in all of their respective fields, but hesitate to relinquish their careers due to the financial insecurity associated with relying solely on the government salary rather than their own entrepreneurial pursuits? By embracing politicians with diverse backgrounds and experiences, we also ensure a vibrant political landscape that better represents the aspirations and needs of Jamaica. Additionally, let's revisit the potential benefits of allowing them to have these income streams. By permitting politicians to engage in other professions or activities, we foster an environment which encourages diverse expertise and perspectives. The political system can benefit from this wealth of practical knowledge and specialization that politicians gain through their engagement in other professions. It's through this diverse range of experiences that lawmakers can make informed decisions and craft effective policies that address the complex needs of our society. Furthermore, banning politicians from having second jobs, is not a measure that's been taken by any liberal democracy on earth. We would be the first. It's completely without precedent, and it's clearly not the pathway taken by healthy democracies which we wish to emulate, such as, say, the Nordic countries. All of the proposition's arguments are about focus, money, or corruption are actually based in theory, and ours are based in practice. Even if proposition's arguments are theoretically consistent, self-consistent in their intentions, a mirage that my second and third speaker will shatter, we must not get bogged down on intentions and instead look at good results, which the proposition utterly lacks. In conclusion, my esteemed colleagues, I urge you to reject the motion that would prohibit politicians from pursuing other full-time or substantive part-time careers. In fact, let's focus on enhancing transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption measures such as the Jamaica Integrity Commission to safeguard the integrity of our political system instead of limiting who can enter our political system. By respecting the political freedoms of politicians and recognizing the value of financial stability, we create a system that fosters integrity and diminishes the influence of external interests. It's through such measures that we can uphold the principles of democracy, diverse participation, and ensure the best possible governments for our society. Thank you. The opposition momentarily rests.
We'd like to thank the first opposition speaker for that substantive and invite the second prop to further her case.
A pleasant afternoon to the panel of adjudicators, to the most worthy members of the opposition, and to all spectators in attendance. My name is Dejanay Jonas, and I am the second speaker of the proposition. As our first speaker, Olivia Powell, has already made clear, this House strongly prohibits politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. It stands to reason that the first opposition speaker repeatedly misquoted the motion, This motion discusses substantive jobs, not substantial ones. Let us now see the difference between substantive and substantial. Substantive jobs are those that will promote a heavy profit, financial profit, unlike a substantial job, which is pretty much one that will consume time, right? Corruption is not theoretical, as you have so stated, you know, as we have given examples, and our third speaker, Abigail Taylor, will delve into those a bit later. The proposition does not seek to bar individuals from becoming members of parliament, as the opposition has so boldly stated. Our intent is to rather curve the tail of corruption that could arise from allowing politicians to seek out other jobs that could give them the essence of greed and allow them to thrive on other people's resources. Now, I will continue with my substantive. Service is a full-time job, and as a result, the full attention is necessary for effective political leadership. These extra parliamentary employments would serve as distractions and can be interpreted as a lack of reverence to the sanctity held in political service to one's nation. Furthermore, given the strenuous nature of the job of a member of parliament, the addition of a supplementary job is a devastatingly amount of pressure for one human to handle. According to Television Jamaica, the responsibilities of cabinet members are many and include attending cabinet meetings, coordinating and providing policy and strategic leadership of their portfolios. The Jamaica Observer also provides information on the job description of a parliament member in an article published on the 20th of June 2023 entitled Long-Awaited Job Descriptions for MPs Tabled in Parliament, from which we have chosen to highlight a few key terms and conditions. Members of Parliament are required to regularly attend and actively participate in sittings of the Parliament, to prepare and submit project documents and constituency reports in a timely manner, as well as to meet with their constituents biennially, which is once every 2 years. They must give top priority to sittings of the House by punctually and consistently being in attendance. This requirement leaves no time for supplementary endeavors that members of Parliament may desire to pursue. Part-time jobs are generally characterized by a work week of less than 40 hours, so this leaves us with a range of 1 to 39 hours with a midpoint of 19.5 hours per week, or an average approximately 4 hours per day. Factor this into the average age of a Jamaican Parliament member, which is 53 years old, and consider the medical recommendation of 9 hours of sleep per day, along with 1 hour of physical activity daily. Now let's do some quick mathematics. With the allowance of an additional part-time job, we could be looking at a politician spending a minimum of 8 hours at their government job, plus 9 hours sleeping, plus 4 hours at their part-time job, plus 1 hour doing physical activity, which equates to 22 hours of the 24 that comprise a day. This would leave said member of parliament with 2 hours for consumption of 3 meals along with commute and basic hygiene, which is clearly not feasible. Not to mention the more tumultuous burden of an additional full-time job, which will usually require at minimum 8 hours of labor. According to rollcall.com, it is now being reported that members of parliament are now facing 70-hour work weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, how preposterous it is to propose that an individual with such heavy responsibilities, such a cumbersome burden, should be allowed to attain an additional workload. Adjudicators, with all that has been disclosed thus far, it is axiomatic, that is, obvious, that the job of a member of parliament is way too demanding to permit them to have other jobs. Nevertheless, the proposition has more evidence to offer. The working conditions of parliament members cannot be overlooked. According to the same article by the Jamaica Observer, cabinet members are expected to spend extended periods of time away from loved ones, constantly be on call, and be subject to extensive travel. it is also normal for them to face verbal abuse, threats, and resulting high levels of stress. Parliament members are human beings with a tremendous responsibility of serving their country. And as humans, they lack the capacity to undergo the vigors that a supplementary full-time job or substantive part-time job would have to offer. We cannot treat this duty as though it is a regular 9-to-5 job. We cannot treat our members of parliament as though they are regular citizens of this nation. They are our leaders and they represent us. Subsequently, in some way, they are valuable assets for the people of this country. Hence, by proposing this motion, the proposition seeks not to prevent members of parliament from pursuing their external passions. No, that is not what this is about. We do, however, wish to limit any action that could pose a threat to the health and wellness of our honorable members of parliament. With this, the proposition temporarily rests its case.
Thank you for that. We now invite the second opposition speaker to put forward the extension case on side opposition.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand in resolute opposition to the position that politicians should be prohibited from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. To underscore the opposition's arguments, I will speak to the limitations to the pool of talent, the importance of diversity in professional settings and in professional perspectives, while addressing the ineffectiveness of the government's proposed policy. First, let's quickly deal with this issue of definitions. The first point is that the only reason substantive finds itself in this motion is to make part-time jobs somewhat comparable to full-time jobs. Part-time jobs and full-time jobs are separated by their length of time and not by their importance. So substantive adds to part-time jobs a reasonable length of time that would make them similar enough to the time length of full-time jobs. But the second point is that even if we listen to what the proposition defines substantive as, they contradict by their own arguments that they're presenting. The second speaker repeatedly lamented the time consumption of external jobs that politicians have, thereby conceding that what the motion addresses is jobs that take up time and not jobs that are merely important. And they also talked about these jobs distracting politicians from the time it takes to fulfill their public duty. But again, this deals with time spent and not significance of these jobs on a grander level. And this is important, as you said, because the jobs that spend the most time for politicians are not the jobs that we need to be worrying about. They're not the jobs that lend most to corruption. It is short part-time jobs. It is sitting on public boards and going to meetings once every month or once every quarter. It is giving short-term consultations that lend most to special interest groups and lend vulnerability to the attacks of corruption that the proposition is levying. We also heard about the average age of Jamaica's politicians, but ironically, it's the government's policy that would worsen that problem and increase the average age of parliamentarians, because politicians who start out in other jobs would need to wait until they've worked sufficiently in these jobs, amassed enough money, and then retired to move into politics and spend their entire career in politics. Now to address the issue of corruption. The proposition would have you believe that there's a direct correlation between having another job apart from being a politician and politicians engaging in corruption. But unfortunately for them, this is not true. It is undeniable that corruption exists in politics, and it does pose a significant threat to the integrity of our democratic institutions. We grant all of that. However, it would be fallacious to assume that prohibiting politicians from having other jobs would eliminate corruption altogether. Corruption stems from unethical behavior and a lack of checks and balances, not from politicians holding additional employment. Like we said, it's a matter of the supply that exists, the supply of mechanisms to engage in corrupt activities, and not the demand on the part of politicians for engaging in corruption. So the focus should be on strengthening our institutions, promoting transparency, implementing stricter ethical guidelines to combat corruption effectively. In fact, banning politicians from having other jobs might exacerbate the problem. By restricting politicians' ability to engage in other professions, we risk creating a breeding ground for corruption. Politicians who are solely reliant on their political positions for income might be more susceptible to bribery and other illicit activities. And so by allowing politicians to maintain outside employment, we ensure that they have a diverse range of income streams, making them less vulnerable to the temptations of corruption. Moving on, prohibiting politicians from having other jobs would severely limit the pool of talent available for public service. Politicians should not, or politics rather, should not be the exclusive domain of those who can afford to be full-time politicians. Our democracy thrives on the diversity of perspectives and experiences that individuals from various professions bring to the table. If we restrict politicians to only political careers, we risk creating an echo chamber where the voices and concerns of everyday citizens are drowned out. But by allowing politicians to maintain other jobs, we encourage a more diverse group of individuals to enter politics. Teachers, doctors, engineers, business owners, among others, can bring valuable insights and first-hand knowledge of the issues they face in their respective fields. Imagine a teacher turned politician advocating for education reform, or a doctor shaping policies to improve healthcare access. By excluding these professionals from engaging in their respective fields while in office, we would lose out on the unique perspectives that they can help bring to shape more informed and effective policies. On the point about a politician's duty to the public service, which we agree with, while it may sound a plausible notion in theory, in practice, it's just ludicrous to suggest that politicians' duty to the public is being somehow shirked by their work in other jobs. Overwhelmingly, politicians are professional doctors, trade unionists, lawyers, educators, entrepreneurs, jobs which are either public service jobs themselves or otherwise help these politicians in serving various groups of the public. So far from a conflict of interests, we argue this creates a confluence of the varied but valuable interests of various cross-sections of Jamaica. And it would be against the interest of the public to force a doctor like Dr. Sapphire Longmore, Dr. Julian Robinson to resign from such essential jobs. Besides, public service and private occupation are mutually compatible. That is to say, it's not enough to suggest that serving privately would take away from the time a politician can devote to public service. The government would first need to demonstrate that there's good reason to expect politicians to sacrifice all of their time to public service in light of the disadvantages of barring them from full or substantive part-time private practice, and they've so far failed to do this. Now, there may be some concerns regarding politicians being unable to fulfill their obligations due to the demanding nature of having multiple jobs. I'll take it.
So earlier you said that that it is the short-term part-time jobs that will lead to corruption. Could you please name your source?
Yeah, I'm citing you. You're citing consulting, people who do consulting. You're citing people who sit on boards that lead them to special interest groups. We're saying, granting you that, it would be short part-time jobs that we should address and not these substantive part-time or full-time jobs. So you're the source there. Now, there may be some concerns regarding politicians being unable to fulfill their obligations due to the demanding nature of having multiple jobs. While it is true that juggling multiple roles can be challenging, we live in an era of remarkable technological advancements that can help bridge the gap between politicians and constituents. So online meetings and virtual interactions have become increasingly prevalent, enabling politicians to stay connected and engage with their constituents regardless of physical location. These offer a means for politicians to receive feedback, address concerns, and remain accountable. Moreover, when politicians fail to fulfill their duties and engage in misconduct, we propose having mechanisms for accountability and punishments. Fines, impeachments, recall elections, and other disciplinary measures can be utilized to hold politicians responsible for neglecting their responsibilities or engaging in corrupt practices. And by enforcing these measures, we can ensure that politicians prioritize their public service obligations while still allowing them to pursue the flexibility to pursue other professional interests. Prohibiting politicians from having full-time or substantive part-time jobs is not reasonable. Instead, let us focus on strengthening our institutions to combat corruption effectively. Robust campaign finance reform, stricter ethical guidelines, independent oversight bodies are just some of the measures we can implement to ensure transparency and accountability in the political sphere. Let's target the root causes of corruption and create a system that encourages ethical behavior, diversity of opinions, and builds on our democracy. I thank you.
Awesome. We'd like to thank the second opposition speaker and now invite the third proposition speaker to further their case.
A pleasant afternoon to the panel of adjudicators, the most worthy members of the opposition, and all spectators. My name is Abigail Taylor, and I am the third speaker of the proposition. Now, this House finds it a bit odd that the opposition is hell-bent on focusing on corruption being the only deterrent for politicians to not have a second job, as we would believe that there are countless other reasons for them to not have a job, which my point will delve into. As the second speaker stated for the proposition, it is preposterous to have politicians have another full-time job or substantive part-time job because being a politician is already a full-time job in and of itself, as well as it is one that contains many demands that a politician must be willing to meet at any time of any day. With that being said, another argument that this House would like to propose in favor of prohibiting politicians from having another full-time job or substantive part-time job is simply that it would be too great of a distraction to them, thereby resulting in conflicts of interest and political neglect. To do so, I'll ask you to close your eyes and accompany me on a mental journey. So imagine you are the Member of Parliament for the Southwest Clarendon constituency who is also an attorney at law. You are in the middle of representing your client in an important court case. However, you received a call asking you to urgently report to your constituency to address the disgruntled residents that have been outraged by the deplorable conditions of the roads in that region. Now, what do? Do you leave the court case to address your people and as such compromise your status as an attorney? Or do you call a representative on your behalf and continue representing your client, compromising your position as a Member of Parliament?
Point of information?
Not accepted at this time. Now, given that scenario you were just put in, you would realize that no matter what you choose to do, you would be neglecting one of your duties in some way. As an attorney, you cannot simply leave your client mid-court case as you'd like, as that should only be done in dire circumstances where conditions would apply. And as such, there would be some amount of consequences you would face for doing so. However, as a politician, it is within your responsibility to address the public on important issues, and failing to do so would make you an incompetent leader. As such, we can see how having two demanding jobs would force you to neglect one to excel in the other, making the job you excel in a distraction to the one that you are neglecting. In Jamaica, it just so happens that quite often, our politicians choose to prioritize their secondary endeavors over their political commitments. A study conducted by the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal on Dr. Andrew Wheatley, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine, South Central, showed that Dr. Wheatley has failed to attend even half of the meetings held with the House of Representatives in the year 2021 to 2022. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's Andrew Wheatley's full-time job?
His full-time job is one of a scientist. Do you wish to follow? Okay. Okay, to continue. And something similar is the case for Dr. Norman Dunn, Member of Parliament for St. Mary Southeastern, who only attended 65% of meetings held. And keep in mind that these absences are neither medical nor government related. As such, it poses the question of what exactly are you doing? This breeds the issue of ineffective representation, as can be seen across the country, especially in rural constituencies. Additionally, in their pursuit of substantive economic gain, they fail to engage in the plans and developmental initiatives being conducted by the government, making them unfit to govern the island. This House strongly believes that one factor that most definitely hinders their dedication to their roles is the presence of another profession, as can be seen with Dr. Wheatley, who is a scientist, and Dr. Dunn, who is a pharmacist and the chairman of the Pharmacy Council in Jamaica, which would undoubtedly cause them to have to focus on their other careers and cast their roles as politicians aside quite often. It is because of this inability to truly give one's all to the country as a result of an additional job that this House would prohibit politicians from having another full-time or substantive part-time job. Now, to be fair, perhaps a year ago, one could argue that it would be unfair to prohibit politicians from working another full-time job or substantive part-time job because they, like everyone else, have personal financial matters to attend to, and this would be a reasonable argument to make. However, it no longer holds up well because of the salary increase experienced recently. Thank you.
Third proposition speaker, and now invite the third opposition speaker.
So much to
to further the case on side opposition.
A pleasant day to everyone. As the third speaker for this debate, I will reiterate and concretize the points made earlier by my teammates while clarifying the major contention in this debate. The points we made are as follows. Allowing politicians to pursue outside careers will enhance their financial security, which would otherwise be threatened by the current levels of inflation. Their second means of employment will not have them dependent on the government salary. The proposition may argue that due to the recent increase in salary for Jamaican MPs, a second means of income would not be necessary. However, if MPs had outside positions with a substantial income, this increase would be a blatant waste of the country's resources due to the fact that their second jobs would probably pay more than the regular government salary, and that this extra funds could be used for social development and developing infrastructure which has over the years degraded. The proposition may also argue that having another means of income outside of Parliament will create a conflict of interest, and instead of focusing on serving the public, MPs would be concerned with the state of their income and would be more likely to engage in corrupt practices. However, this argument is quite without foundation. If the yearly income from their parliamentary service, supplemented with the income from their second employment, is enough to secure their financial situation and withstand current levels of inflation, they would not feel any need to jeopardize themselves by corruption, as this would only land them in a worse situation than before. We should be more concerned about implementing systems that prevent and quickly uproot corruption in Jamaican politics rather than restricting our MPs' employment choices. The proposition up to this point has been suggesting that politicians should be confined to the business inside Parliament. However, their suggestions and images of the political arena with their policy implemented will give rise to political careerism. Career politicians refer to people who seek politics as a permanent career until retirement. With this mindset, politicians often restrict their mind to the dealings inside Parliament, and helped by this policy of restriction of employment, they would now focus more on the passing of a bill than how it would affect citizens. Political careerism also gives rise to partisanship careerism, where a politician would vote to pass a bill because his party or the head of his party agrees with it and that it would benefit his career, rather than the reason that it would benefit the citizens of Jamaica. This mentality and its effects will eventually make our politicians into elitists who are quite out of touch with the needs of our nation. This restriction of politicians from entering into other sectors for employment will keep them confined to the business of Gordon House alone and will surely produce the effects described previously. Is this really the course we want our country to take as it transitions into a republic? We need politicians with open minds, talent, experiences, and diverse perspectives to make sure that our citizens have the best representation of their concerns possible. Now let me go over the major clash in this debate. All throughout this debate, the proposition has quite mistakenly associated a second means of income along with the parliamentary duties of politicians with strong tendencies to corruption. This argument is quite simply a way to divert this debate into their favor. Let me make this clear. A second substantive job does not lead to corruption. It is the dissatisfaction of politicians and the current system of preventing corruption which is quite faulty at this time. It is not the occupation itself which makes a corrupt politician. It is the actions that are taken by certain members and the cause of corruption, which is their dissatisfaction with their salary and not being able to go into the career that they want to, alongside with their serving the public. If a politician is not able to make a living on the salary that is bequeathed to them, they are more likely to take part in corruption. And as stated earlier, when their financial situation is under control, they will feel no need to stoop so low as to take part in corrupt practices. We should stop restricting substantive jobs such as teaching and engineering, etc., which do not cause the problem, and instead focus on strengthening our anti-corruption measures and in this way bolster our international position as a democracy and our future as a republic. The opposition momentarily rests.
So we'd like to thank the third proposition speaker for that. We'll now pause for a minute, after which the third opposition reply will be presented. Close out the debate on side opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, the duty for the government in this debate was to do two things. First, to explain the problems facing Jamaica's political system, which their policy would seek to solve, and to also prove to you that this policy would effectively solve these problems. We have found them lacking on both these grounds. First, they have failed to be clear about what it is that they're addressing, the issue they're trying to solve. When we try to address the issue of corruption, they say, well, corruption is not the only thing, and move on to something else. When we try to tackle them on the point of whether they're talking about jobs that take up too much time, they say, well, that's not what the definition is talking about. It doesn't even matter if these jobs take up too much time. So they're wobbling around trying to identify issues that they're seeking to solve this debate. But even more than that, they failed to properly explain how their policies solve these problems. The first speaker gave us two arguments. The first is that being a politician is a very important job and that they ought to primarily be servants of the people. And we gave two responses. First, we said outside jobs and public services are mutually compatible. It's perfectly possible for a politician to have an outside job, and if that politician can't fulfill the duties of that outside job, well, one, they can resign from that job. You know, they're not forced, on our view, to attend to other outside jobs. But also, we have to put in better mechanisms, better proper accountability measures to target politicians who are delinquent and absconding on their duty to the public service. We addressed that already. So this argument from Andrew Wheatley about his, short attendance to Parliament, we've already addressed that. We've given you proper ways to deal with it. We talked about impeachment, we've talked about recall election, and we talked about better ways, more democratic ways to address this issue. But, to really quickly, that Andrew Wheatley example, this government example of Andrew Wheatley is cherry picking at its finest. And it falls flat even in the context of Andrew Wheatley's job. The first thing is that it's cherry picking because one of the MP with the highest percentage in office right now is Dr. Horace Chang. What's his job? His job is being a medical doctor, very similar to the scientific job of Andrew Wheatley. Both contribute to the public service, but it's ludicrous to assume that Andrew Wheatley's job prevents him from serving. And in fact, the proposition failed to take up our offer of explaining why politicians need to devote all of their time to public service. In response to the government's example about the lawyer in the courthouse, let's ask, what should a person who is giving voluntary service, giving a voluntary speech, do when they're called to address, needs of public service? Should they just run away from voluntary acts that they give to the public too? No. we believe that they can make time for both. We don't believe that these two things are mutually exclusive, and we've made that argument for you. The government has failed to explain why they believe that these things are mutually incompatible. Now, the second speaker talked about salary increases. We addressed that thoroughly. We talked, one, about the reliance on salary increases incentivizing politicians to be more corrupt, to become career politicians. And they also talked about the age of our parliamentarians, and we told you exactly why they would make that problem worse, because we wouldn't have politicians in their prime, but politicians when they're retired. Thank you.
All right. And finally, we invite the proposition reply speaker to end this debate.
Good afternoon again, adjudicators, opponents, audience. We have stated previously that forbidding second jobs, full-time or substantive part-time, would better our government in the sense that parliament members would focus more on their jobs. Previously, the opposition stated that politicians with extra parliamentary jobs are better able to access their skills and present more to the House of Parliament. I'd like to say that this is preposterous. Who are you to say just because they have other jobs that they can deliver more than somebody who does not have a second job? Secondly, most cabinet members or parliament members have had job experience before assuming their role as civil servants. Their role as civil servants does allow them to acquire the real-world knowledge, as you said. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a point of information. As you said, they would get having another profession aside from being a member of parliament. Most parliament members already have a diverse experience or expertise, as most of them have different degrees. You mentioned these measures of sanctions already do exist and are not effective. You have argued that there are these measures, but you have not presented any information, any evidence as to how they are effective in the government. You may have mentioned them, but where is the proof? Now, to be fair, perhaps a year ago, one could argue that this House would be unfair to prohibit politicians from working another full-time job or a substantive part-time job, because they, like everyone else, have personal financial matters to attend to. And that would be a reasonable argument to make. However, that argument no longer holds up well, given the fact that there has been a massive salary increase, as stated before by our speaker, for politicians of various kinds. In fact, an article in the Gleaner entitled "Massive Salary Hike for Political Dictatorate" showed the salaries of these politicians all increased by at least 200%. That means that these politicians are not doing these other jobs merely out of economic depravity. Instead, they are dividing their loyalties and commitment to duty and service to pursue personal financial gain and status. It is a result of their secondary employment at the neglect of their actual political responsibilities that the country continues to suffer, as with poor leadership comes a problematic country. Vision 2030, Jamaica is the nation's first long-time national... Thank you, I rest my case.
Awesome. All right. We'd like to thank both teams for what we thought was an excellent debate. The judges are now going to go outside and deliberate, and we will return in a reasonable amount of time with our decision. Of course, feel free to cross the floor, shake hands, congratulate each other for an excellent debate. All right. I'd like to thank the debaters for their patience. I know we're all hungry at this point in time. I will say though, audio test, awesome. I will say though that the judges had a hard time deliberating on this particular match. We apologize for the delay, but it was a delay that we think in our estimation was well worth it so that we could give you comprehensive oral adjudication and make the right call. So, I won't take very long. We'll just hop right into it. The first thing that we want to do is to go over this idea of substantive versus substantial. So in the debate, we had a clash of ideas as to what substantive meant in the context of the motion. We heard from Team Immaculate that substantive in this particular method means the lucrativeness of that enterprise. And we heard from Campion College that substantive meant the amount of time that this enterprise takes, this part-time job takes, in order to fulfill. In our estimation, it doesn't matter. That is the outcome of our estimation. But inasmuch as the debate was had between the time and the lucrativeness, Immaculate Conception would have leaned to the side of it being in terms of lucrativeness. But in doing so, you almost forced yourself to argue that the constraint that you're trying to solve, the problem that you're trying to solve, is one that is limited in some regard to a matter of time, which you did do excellently, especially in that analysis of the 24-hour day and how the politicians need a certain amount of time to sleep and rest. But by limiting yourself in that regard, I wouldn't say go as far as to say contradict, but you undermine the case that you wanted to make about the consultancies and how lucrative that can be. And so we thought that you did yourself a disservice in that matter. Regardless, that is not what would have won or lost you this debate. What won or lost this debate is the idea that there were two clashes, two predominant clashes. There was a clash of corruption and there was a clash of diversity. So what did we hear? We heard from Immaculate Conception that corruption introduces itself when we have a conflict of interest, when individuals who are supposed to be making legislation, passing bills, and looking out for the well-being of our citizens are engaging in the private affairs of that same legislation is trying to engage with. And we heard that that causes a conflict of interest. We heard that that might lead to some sort of corruption. We heard a lot about lobbying and the harms of this. But Campion College came and rebutted that idea. They said that we get more corruption on the side of proposition when a person is limited to how much money they can make simply through their political career because we're limiting full-time and substantive part-time jobs. They said that when we restrict their economic prosperity, then you're more likely to get corruption. We bought that idea. We bought into Campion College's assessment of that. We also heard from Campion College that there exist mechanisms in place to mitigate against corruption. The effectiveness of those mechanisms in status quo was not challenged by Immaculate Conception, and we thought you did yourself a disservice to that. Inasmuch as those mechanisms exist already, but Immaculate Conception did not do a comprehensive analysis of why the Integrity Commission is not a particularly useful tool to mitigate corruption. All these mechanisms put in place by Campion College were not challenged directly or sufficiently enough in the estimation of the judges by Immaculate College for us to say that, yeah, these mechanisms might not be the best. So in as much as those arguments were not challenged, they stand in this debate. And we think that on that grounds, Campion College would have won the clash on corruption. We also had a clash of diversity. In this regard, we believe that Immaculate Conception won the clash of diversity. Immaculate Conception explained to us that when we have individuals from a wide range of expertise, when we have individuals who would have spent a lot of time in their career and came into the politics, that they know that politics itself isn't necessarily going to give them the kind of economic prosperity that they want. And so there's an incentive for them to go and do well in their prospective fields, right? In that regard, we would have awarded you that clash. The question now lies in a submission from Campion College, which explained that Individuals are less likely to enter into representational politics at a particular age if they only find that they can only make money, X amount of money, they can't hold any outside jobs. And they argue that that actually limits diversity some way in terms of, I'd imagine, age. In as much as that wasn't developed explicitly and comprehensively, we had to give this clash to Immaculate Conception. In the later parts of the debates, we heard arguments surrounding career partisanship, in terms of the fact that because you no longer have access to other sources of income, you're less likely to go against the grain. We heard that all from Immaculate Conception. We thought that at that point in the debate, that idea could not have been sufficiently peeled, explained in a way that would have warranted you winning that debate. We thought that idea might have been better served coming out earlier in the debate and developed upon. So after much deliberation, the judges have decided to give the win to Campion College. And that was, of course, a unanimous decision. We did not have a split panel, even though it was a rigorous debate. I will say, though, to the team Immaculate Conception, an exceptional, exceptional job. So, outside of the social media competition, we would have determined that Campion College won the debate. Including the social media competition, it was also favored for Campion College. So regardless, Campion College will have won this debate. We identify the best speaker from this debate to be the second speaker from Campion College. All right, so with that, I open up ourselves for any further feedback. Please remember that at this point in time, you're free to go and enjoy yourself some lunch, pat yourselves on the back. You did an excellent job, and prepare for your next rounds of debate. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, all to the second match in the series of matches as a part of the hashtag Afiwu Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I will be serving as the chair adjudicator for this match. And I have my two wing adjudicators beside me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Xavier McFarlane.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Jonathan Atkins.
All right, thank you very much. Now, our two teams, we have them here. Campion College and Port Antonio High School. They'll be contesting the motion that Xavier will now announce.
Okay, so the motion reads, this House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination.
All right, the teams have already been briefed as it relates to the rules, but for you, our viewing audience, the rules are as follows. The first speakers will speak for 8 minutes, the second speakers 7 minutes, the third speakers 5 minutes, and the reply speakers, they are allotted 3 minutes. You will note that there's a signal that will be announced to indicate that the speaker has spoken for 1 minute and also that the speaker has 1 minute remaining. The sound will be that of a bell. When you hear 2 dings of the bell, that means that the speaker has spoken for the allotted time, but we're kind, so we give them 10 seconds extra to wrap up that final point. In between the first and last minute of the speech, you will note the speakers asking points of information. Teams, do you have any questions? Okay. So at this time, we will take our seats, and the next time you hear me, I will be declaring the commencement of the debate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, we are ready to begin. So at this time, I call on the first speaker from the proposition side to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, my deserving opponents, a pleasant afternoon to you all. With the proposition of in full support of the motion, this House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. To win this debate, the government will first do 2 things. We'll convince you that Jamaica is on a dangerous trajectory. Our democracy is stalling and our political processes are failing to produce ideal candidates. Then we'll prove to you that our policy can significantly mitigate these harms by raising the ethical standard in politics, restoring the trust of international institutions and the local public, and creating model political representatives who are motivated to do good service and deterred from corruption. The opposition's duty then must be to tear down either of those cases. They can either do the impossible task of trying to convince you that Jamaica's politics is not facing a serious threat, or they can do the nearly impossible task of suggesting our policy, detailed as ever, does not challenge the degradation of our politics. Jamaica and its politics today face a unique and dire threat, that of corruption, maleficence, and the abuse of public authority. This is evidenced by a 30-year-long history of disgraceful political scandals, ranging from campaign finance irregularities to the embezzlement of public monies, misappropriation of funds, cronyism and nepotism, bribery, deceit, fraud, tax evasion, and the manipulation of regulations, which have all run rampant and too often unchecked. Additionally, Jamaica faces a direct threat to our democracy in the form of a severe mistrust of our politicians on the part of our people. Too many political leaders are not role models to look up to, not visionaries and executioners of good governance, and not even effective representatives of the people who elected them. This situation can only be remedied through deliberate, targeted, and comprehensive anti-corruption measures which span the entire political life of a candidate, from nominations to high political office like being an MP or senator. This House would implement a policy which creates a subcommittee of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, which, similar to the Integrity Commission, would comprise independent, non-partisan members, including retired judges and international election observers, whose duty would be to carry out background checks and integrity tests on those who seek or are nominated for high political offices. The background checks would include scrutiny of financial and tax information, health records, and criminal background of prospective candidates, and the integrity test would include checks of affiliations and past actions of prospective candidates, which could implicate them in conflicts of interest or other corrupt schemes. The committee would create an objective set of criteria to assess prospective candidates to ensure fairness and transparency, but they will also communicate adequately with the public through press releases detailing reasons for the decisions they make. Those who will run for high offices should be subjected to the most detailed examination, which they would understand. Accepted.
What specific criteria or factors should be included in these tests to assess candidates' background and integrity?
Well, the commission will be looking for a criminal record of rampant crime, disregard of rules, corruption scandals in previous jobs, and so on. These background checks will happen before nomination. That means that a list of party caretakers for constituencies, as well as candidates for the Senate, would need to be submitted by 2 years into the political term of parliamentarians. And those candidates who fail the background checks of the Independent Committee of the ECJ would be legally barred from running for office. 2 years would give both parties a reasonable amount of time between the previous election and the next election to submit slates of all their potential candidates to the Electoral Commission, and it would give our committee sufficient time to remove and replace candidates who did not meet the requirements. Once the independent body determines that a prospective candidate has failed their tests, their party will be obliged to withdraw their candidacy. Now, these background and integrity tests are to ensure that our politicians are held to a high ethical standard and to prevent corruption in government. The test will check for incidents that could lead one to conclude that the person has character weaknesses, such as a tendency to mislead, improper management of funds, abuse of power, misuse of resources, and misappropriation of contracts, nepotism, and so on. Obviously, not every politician with any criminal record will be barred from office, but the experts on this panel, in their wisdom, would determine whether a politician has demonstrated sustained or sufficiently recent or otherwise flagrant violations of the law, especially in areas relevant to that person's integrity. No one could reasonably object to a prospective politician being expected to display ethical conduct and anti-corruption sentiments, but it is hard to guarantee the integrity or moral compass of a person without first investigating that person's background. It is not something that should be left to assumptions. Their backgrounds must be explored thoroughly. Politicians or lawmakers or leaders, there must be some standard that they are expected to meet before ascending to these positions. For a corrupt individual to partake in the making of what may be life-changing decisions for others puts the country in great jeopardy. Therefore, this House endorses a policy requiring all prospective political denied. These background and integrity tests would check for any sign of corruption or a tendency of corruption in the candidate's past. Reliance on the media is insufficient to uncover matters affecting a person's integrity because not every instance of corruption gets widespread attention or goes before a court. We also cannot leave it to political parties to evaluate the integrity of their own representatives, as this would lend to even more corruption, cronyism, and tribal partisanship. Additionally, a party may not possess the resources and expertise to conduct the requisite investigations, whereas an independent body could enlist persons with experience in anti-corruption that could uncover matters relating to corruption. Our model, then, would best equip our political and democratic institutions to filter or corrupt politicians. A fact that often escapes us is the fact that our country is being judged by external agencies and ranked among other countries to where it stands from an integrity perspective. And Jamaica has a historic and contemporary international reputation for high corruption. Today, the Corruption Perception Index has Jamaica ranked at 69th out of 180 countries in corruption and placed in a category of highly corrupt nations. Crucially, Jamaica's corruption perception on the index tends to increase during election years, which gives more justification for a policy that directly seeks to mitigate corruption influences as we get closer to each election cycle. By introducing these measures, our ranking and prestige in the international community would be enhanced. But it would also enhance our domestic perception of integrity, because even locally, according to a study conducted by the Jamaica Gleaners, Jamaicans perceive their own political leaders as very corrupt. And my second speaker will further expand on this public mistrust in his presentation. The opposition, who believe that prospective political candidates should not be subject to background tests, would allow people of questionable character and seriously tainted past to sit in positions of influence, with all that implies for the confidence the Jamaican people have in public institutions, public officers, and the way international organizations and the countries would see us. We propose that if we want to preserve the prestige of Jamaica in the international community, we must take deliberate action to enhance our image in terms of integrity of the country. But even for our own progress as a nation, our own self-development, the maintenance of ethical standards for our leaders, and the public trust in our politicians, our policy is imperative. The case for requiring integrity and background tests for our prospective member of parliament and continued oversight of their conduct, ladies and gentlemen, cannot be contested.
We thank the first speaker from the proposition side representing Campion College. We now invite from the opposition side representing Port Antonio High School. Let's make welcome the first speaker. Here, here.
The motion, as it stands before us today, would have all aspiring all prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests. Yet throughout the entirety of the first proposition speech, we heard almost little to nothing about an integrity test. They mentioned various background checks, checking records, checking history, checking all these matters. However, an integrity test by nature is more inclined to testing the individual not just of their past, but of their current handling of affairs. While we agree to a certain degree, background and integrity overlap. They both have different implications. That matter aside, we will not be challenging Jamaica's history of corruption. That would be pointless. Nor would we say, as the proposition has mischaracterized us as, say that we do not believe that individuals should be subjected to tests that would check their integrity and their background. However, what we object to is the rigorous modifier placed upon this motion. Rigorous implying that they are going to undertake action that far surpasses what they have taken before, what all the various integrity commissions, all the different ECJ and alike organizations, all the different mechanisms in place have done. What rigorous means in this debate is that all that has been happening before is not sufficient. We will be doing more. Now, firstly, I'd like to identify a certain issue that we, the opposition, have with this motion. What we have with what the proposition is saying so far. The proposition would paint you a picture where the organizations in place are either not doing enough or they're simply not performing as well as they could, as if it would be if proposition's plan had come to fruition. However, here's the issue. With all the plans, with all the mechanisms, with all the actions of the organizations today, why is it that these organizations are still failing to prevent corrupt individuals from leading power? The solution the proposition would bring to you is that they're not doing as much as they should. They could be done this way. They could apply to our policy. However, there's another question that we must ask. Are the people, the ones who elect these individuals, taking accountability? Now, we must remember that for an individual to possess franchise, they have been at the age where the country itself believes that they should have the level of responsibility, awareness, and understanding to elect individuals who are worthy of taking up their position. So while we understand that the various commissions are there to prevent corruption, to prevent political mechanisms from interfering with this normally fair and upright process, we also have to acknowledge a very simple fact. The people are responsible too. And then that brings a question, in as much as the great background checks of side provision's plan are, would they change the culture of the people? Jamaica's voter turnouts for the last 3 elections have been drastically lower than they were in the initial stage, in its peak, or in most of its recorded history. Why is this? Because the people don't care that much anymore. They would rather simply not vote than to put their ballots where it is needed to cause great change in the country. This, we will not deny, partially rests on the individuals in place and the organizations in place of filtering those who rule our country. However, the people themselves are to be held accountable. And what we need is not just a system to judge those who want to serve their country, but also a system that will reinvigorate in Jamaica a love and respect for our culture, for our nation, for our parliament, for our system of government, and more importantly, a sense of responsibility that will cause individuals who are supposed to be able to be capable of choosing competent and trustworthy individuals for their country to do that. Now, We understand all the measures that the government wishes to put in place, but the thing is that they have not in any way differentiated all their measures from the measures already in place. This is just, at best, a slightly stricter background check. Where is the grand change in that? Where are the results that we're going to get out of that? Where is the change that we are looking forward to so that Jamaica does not further demoralize the upcoming population and cause those already holding the power to vote to not even need to exercise this privilege? One of the most important parts of a government is to ensure that the people themselves are satisfied, and more importantly, one of the most important roles of any form of integrity commission is that they ensure that the people exercise the rights that they possess. Now, we have to also underline another issue. This organization is being given extreme power. Side provision, maybe for their own machinations, have not clarified to what degree, to what limits is the power being granted to these new organizations being held at. These organizations already filter through who can even be elected to run the country. The greater question is not that they're given the power to go more extreme in their background checks, in their integrity checks. What rights will we have to sacrifice of these individuals seeking to serve their country in order to achieve the requirements that the side provision has for us? What level of privacy invasion, what level of demoralization will be done to these candidates? And to what degree will it cause them, who may have even had great intentions in the initial stage, to further deteriorate and become this everything when it comes to running this country? As I've already explained before, one of the main concerns that side provision plan does not in any way, shape, or form address is the people and their culture. We also have to address the responsibility of the voters, and we've also addressed that this organization not only decides who runs the country, but is able to seemingly just decide how far they want to go. Where is the line between being strict, being cautious, and respecting people as individuals? Where is that line? And I've already mentioned before, what about the currently existing measures? What differentiates this measure from all the others? What makes it not just stricter, not just more detailed, not just placed up here with a fancy voice? What makes it a plan of action that is guaranteed to change? Now, these rigorous integrity checks, once again, I must identify to you, you may not see it as an issue. However, anyone who has done law, social studies, history, anything along these social lines knows that undefined parameters are the most dangerous things. When you do not set boundaries, everything can be crossed, and that is not what we wish for. We wish for this to be a country where individuals are held accountable, not just the politicians, but the voters as well. And these supposedly neutral integrity commissions should also be responsible for something far more important than just motivating the voters and just filtering the politicians, setting boundaries for everybody. There is no such thing as law, as fairness, as judgment, or anything like that when all these things are undefined. And we're not just inviting proposition to give us new rules, new additions to their plan. We're inviting them to prove to us that they are not just another pretty face coming up here to give us another beautiful plan that we don't even know the individuals will carry out to the fullness of their capability as they would want us to believe. We want to know why our taxpayer money is going to be going to all these organizations, all these plans, all these measures for nothing. Side provision temporarily rests.
We thank the first opposition team member for that speech. We now call upon the second proposition speaker to present their case. Hear, hear.
Hello. Adjudicators, fellow teammates, audience, and also worthy opponents. A pleasant good evening to you all. Today, I stand before you to further support our proposition. The proposition is suggesting to you that Jamaica is on a very dangerous path. Without the policy we are proposing, the safeguarding of our political process and the stability of our democracy will continue to crumble. This is why our policy is necessary in the interference of that steep decline in the political process. What the opposition has to do, if they are to successfully challenge our policy, is to show that the decline we speak of does not exist. That our policy processes and institutions are not failing to deliver good candidates, and that our democracy is not threatened by corruption. Otherwise, they would have to show that our solution is ineffective at helping to mitigate that decline. We are saying there's some great harm being done in the status quo of our policy, and the status quo of our policy helps to mitigate that harm. My apologies. Before I continue, I must first address a questionable point, also graciously gifted to us by the first speaker of the opposition. They state that this will just be an extended background check. However, if the opposition did even the slightest bit of research, they would realize that there are no positions in place to prevent these people from running. Only some countries have the requirement of significant affidavit. All tests will be rigorous when compared to the current measures in place. On to my substantives. The maintenance of public trust is the bedrock of a healthy and functioning democracy. Without it, the legitimacy of our political system comes under great question. Requiring prospective but political candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests is essential to uphold that trust. Let us delve deeper into why this is vital from the perspective of maintaining public trust. Firstly, these tests serve as a preventative measure to circumvent scandals and controversies that may damage the public's trust. We have witnessed numerous instances where politicians have been shrouded in controversies that diminish the public's confidence in the political system. One notable example is the Royal Reed scandal. The fallout from that story was catastrophic, not only because of the large sum of money defrauded from the public's funds, but because of the impression it created and built on, that our political parties are corrupt and inept at weeding out corruption. It catalyzed a loss of confidence by the public that could only be restored by visible anti-corruption efforts. The Royal Reed scandal highlights the need for robust measures to identify and prevent individuals with corrupt intentions from holding public office. The opposition may question the effectiveness of these tests. However, evidence from countries such as Norway serves to greatly support the argument for background checks and integrity tests. According to the IMF, Norway experienced reduced rates of corruption immediately following the years after the implementation of that policy. Why would it be any different for us? This demonstrates that there is indeed a tangible effect on corruption levels, and it underscores the importance of implementing such measures. While the effectiveness of background checks and integrity tests in reducing corruption may vary across different contexts and countries, it is essential to acknowledge that the evidence from Norway provides valuable insights into the positive impact of such measures. While it may not serve as definitive proof, it serves as a compelling case to highlight the potential benefits of implementing such background checks. On to my second substantive. Background checks in the election process are essential for ensuring quality over quantity. This screening process promotes not accepted at this time. This screening process promotes a higher standard of candidates and helps filter out individuals with questionable records or conflicting interests. By prioritizing quality over quantity, background checks help maintain the credibility and integrity of the election process. This enables voters to make more informed decisions and elect individuals who are truly capable of serving the public's best interests. Such measures instill trust in the democratic system, ensuring that those who hold positions of power are deserving and capable of upholding the responsibilities entrusted to them. I will conclude this substantive with a quote by the late Steve Jobs. And I quote, "Quality is more important than quantity. One home run is much more than two doubles." A very fitting quote indeed. We must, of course, also take into consideration arguments about candidates' rights in relation to background checks and integrity tests. We can turn to the social contract theory as a framework for understanding the balance between individual rights and the collective well-being of society. The social contract theory proposes that individuals willingly relinquish certain rights in exchange for the benefits and not accepted at this time, and protection of individuals by a functioning society. In the case of political candidates, the right to privacy and autonomy must be weighed against the public's interest in ensuring the integrity and trustworthiness of those who seek public office. It is important to note that the background checks are not unique to political candidates. In various professions and positions, such as law enforcement, education, and sensitive government roles, background checks are routinely conducted to assess an individual's suitability and trustworthiness. Third and finally, The unique responsibilities and impact of government positions further highlights the importance of thoroughly examining political candidates. Elected officials wield substantial power and authority influencing the public resources and decision-making processes that directly affect citizens' lives. To safeguard the integrity of governance, it is crucial to ensure that individuals vying for public office possess the necessary qualifications and moral character. While it is essential to uphold the democratic principle of allowing anyone to run for political office, it is equally crucial to strike a balance by implementing reasonable eligibility criteria. By conducting comprehensive background checks, potential conflicts of interest, criminal histories, or ethical concerns can be identified. This scrutiny ensures that elected officials are capable of fulfilling their duties with competence and integrity. In conclusion, requiring prospective political candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests is crucial for maintaining public trust in our political system. By conducting these assessments, we ensure that those who represent us are individuals of impeccable character and free from any taint of corruption. The public deserves to have complete faith in their elected officials, and background and integrity tests provide the necessary information for voters to make informed decisions. Let's embrace these tests as a means to strengthen our democracy and uphold the highest standards of integrity in politics. By doing so, we demonstrate our commitment to ensuring that those who hold public office are worthy of the public's trust. The proposition momentarily rests.
We thank the second proposition speaker and now call upon the second opposition speaker to provide a response. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to express my strong disagreement with the proposition that this House should require prospective candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for a nomination. While the idea of filtering potential leaders is understandable, it is crucial to strike a balance between accountability and respecting individual rights. Let us examine the points raised against the proposal. Before I continue, I must remind that once again, while side proposition mentions social contrast and concession of individuals, Before I continue, I must remind that once again, while side proposition mention social contrast and concession of individuals, they still refuse to define stricter parameters to define where the line between the rights of individuals and requirements of their plan falls. Furthermore, while it is essential to have a filtering process in place to ensure capable leaders, we must not forget the significance of respecting individual rights. As our proposition has said, they claim there are no measures before they own in place to carry out intense background and integrity tests. This is not true, because no one with a police record or history of crime can lead the country. In addition, there are already several integrity organizations in place, so it seems side proposition realize they do nothing. Requiring rigorous tests has the potential to violate the privacy and personal freedom of prospective candidates. Every citizen should have the right to participate in the democratic process without undergoing intrusive investigation that may lead private details of their lives. Respecting these rights is crucial for maintaining the integrity of the democratic system. Moreover, the concern arises when we consider the people and organizations responsible for conducting these tests. Who will be in charge of evaluating the background and integrity of prospective candidates? Human beings are fallible and subject to biases. By placing such power in the hands of individuals or organizations, we can run the risk of prejudice and discrimination influencing the outcome of these tests. It is important to ensure that the evaluation process is fair, impartial, and free from any potential biases or conflicts of interest. Additionally, we must trust the intelligence and consideration of the voters of our country. People should be responsible for their choices, and the democratic process should allow the freedom to make informed decisions. By relying on the judgment and critical thinking abilities of the citizens, we empower them to actively participate in shaping the power of our nation. Imposing rigorous tests may undermine this trust in the electorate and restrict the freedom of choice. In conclusion, while it is important to ensure accountability and responsible leadership, requiring prospective candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests poses several risks. These tests are imperfect and has the potential to violate individual rights. This may result in prejudice and undermine the voters' ability to make informed choices. Instead, let us focus on promoting political education, fostering public discourse, and trusting the intelligence of our citizens. By doing so, we can ensure a robust and inclusive democratic process that respects the rights of all individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech, second opposition speaker. We now call upon the third proposition speaker to advance that team's case. Hear, hear.
Adjudicators, fellow teammates, oh my worthy opponents, a very pleasant good afternoon to you all. The once renowned story consultant and lecturer, Robert McNee, once enunciated, true character is revealed in the choices a human makes under pressure. The greater the pressure, the deeper the revelation, the truer the choice to the character's essential nature. The motion on the table states that we should require prospective political candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for a nomination. This will seek to enhance transparency, accountability, and public trust in our democratic processes. How could one refute this? This is the reason this House stands before you to advocate and reinforce an important proposition that aims to strengthen the integrity of our political system. Now let me continue this debate by highlighting the major classes we heard as the opposition merely engaged our case and kept defending their case, which they never built. For my first contention, implementing background and integrity tests can lead to more informed voting choices. The opposition argued that Jamaicans do not care about elections. However, this is simply just not true. Published by the Jamaica Gleaner in 2015, and I quote, "There's a great feeling of dissatisfaction among young people. They don't feel that they are a part of the system or that they can make a difference." The Journal of African Elections, special issue, Lesotho's 2022 Elections, volume 22 states, and I quote, "Vetting of candidates is necessary to avoid the controversies that might come to haunt the party when unpleasant past of the candidates is revealed," end quote. As citizens, we deserve access to comprehensive information about the candidates running for office. By receiving this needed comprehensive information, citizens who the first opposition speaker quotes as "do not care" can now make informed decisions to help mitigate this crisis, such as cultural genocide, which the first opposition speaker stated would occur. As stated by my first and second proposition speakers, tests will provide a reliable source of information, enabling voters to make more educated decisions based on a candidate's character, values, and history. In addition, my second contention is that this proposal would deter individuals with questionable backgrounds or intentions from pursuing political careers in the first place. While the opposition has put forth baseless and unsubstantiated claims and would have you believe that this is a violation of privacy rights, we agree that these tests are not perfect, but I would like to remind the opposition that by politicians knowing that they will undergo rigorous scrutiny, potential candidates will be discouraged from engaging in unethical practices or associating with disreputable individuals or organizations. Quality over quantity, as stated by my second speaker, maintains the credibility and integrity of the election process. So we must hold our leaders or governments and to the highest caliber to advocate and maintain our democracy. This isn't some baseless argument about politicians' feeling, but this is the true calling of public service to preserve our democracy. This deterrent effect contributes to raising the overall standards of our political landscape. As firmly stated by my second speaker, we ensure that only those genuinely committed to public service enter the arena. The opposition speaks on reduced diversity. Implementing rigorous background and integrity tests could create additional barriers to entry for political candidates, particularly those from disadvantaged or marginalized backgrounds. Such requirements may disproportionately affect individuals who have faced challenges or made mistakes in the past, limiting diversity of candidates and perspective in politics. However, they continue to make this baseless claim built on a lack of foundation, which I will now knock down in two steps. One, requiring background and integrity tests for all prospective candidates ensure a level playing field. It establishes a fair and consistent evaluation process that applies to all candidates, regardless of their background. As stated by the first speaker, the committee would create an objective set of criteria to assess the prospective candidates to ensure fairness and transparency. In conclusion, requiring prospective political candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests is a crucial step towards reinforcing the integrity and democracy of our deteriorating political system. By vetting candidates' past actions, affiliations, and ethical conduct, we can ensure that our elected officials possess the integrity, accountability, and commitment necessary to serve the public interest. So let us embrace this opportunity to strengthen our democracy and restore faith in our political institutions, because at the end of the day, a free republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. Third speaker on side proposition, Campion College. We now call upon the third speaker from the opposition side, Port Antonio High School. Hear, hear.
A pleasant good afternoon to those in attendance. As the third speaker for this motion, I stand before you today to express my strong disagreement about the idea of imposing rigorous background and integrity tests on prospective political candidates. While I agree that filtering the individuals who would lead the country is crucial, we must be cautious. We must be cautious not to cross the line and risk violating their rights in the process. 1, rigorous tests, although well-intentioned, we must admit are not perfect. We must acknowledge that no test can fully capture the complexities and annoyances of an individual's character, integrity, and their ability to lead. While it is important to assess the suitability of candidates, subjecting them to excessive, stringent tests may unfairly exclude otherwise qualified individuals. Our aim should be to strike a balance between scrutiny and fairness, ensuring that deserving candidates are not unjustly prevented from serving their country. 2, it is crucial to consider the practical implications of implementing rigorous tests. Consider the persons who will be responsible for conducting these tests, people and organizations. While well-intentioned, are still susceptible to biases and subjective judgments. Requiring tests to be conducted regularly and rigorously increases the likelihood of prejudice seeping into the process. We must be mindful that such biases can unfairly disadvantage certain candidates, perpetuate discrimination, and hinder diversity in our political landscape. 3, ultimately, the responsibility for selecting political candidates lies within the hands of the people, the voters of our nation. It is the duty of citizens to exercise their rights with intelligence and and consideration rather than relying solely on external tests. We should empower voters to make informed decisions based on the candidates' policies, track records, and their ability to address the needs of the nation. It is essential to foster a society that encourages critical thinking and active engagement, enabling citizens to choose their leaders wisely. The first proposition would have said background tests would investigate criminal records and other flaws. But in fact, we should not underestimate the power of personal growth and redemption. People can change and learn from their past mistakes and demonstrate genuine commitment to public service. By denying prospective candidates the opportunity to prove themselves even after they have shown remorse and made amends, we risk stifling the potential for positive transformation and denying our society the chance to benefit from valuable contributions. Furthermore, the proposition have yet to outline the rules and regulations involving these background and integrity tests. To add to this, the opposition's second speaker said Norway is a successful example where rigorous background and integrity tests have been implemented, but they did not provide a credible source to support such claims. The opposition is yet to mention their plans that differ from the ones already in place. While this government recognizes the importance of ensuring that our political candidates accept the positions currently in place, there are currently no tests being done. But what you guys suggested is that background tests are supposed to be done, but you did not share what kind of background test. We are not saying that tests should not be carried out, but what comes into play is where we draw the line and how far is too far. While the government recognizes the importance of ensuring that our political candidates possess integrity and a solid background, I caution against subjecting them to excessively rigorous tests. Let us not compromise their rights or perpetuate prejudice in our pursuits of better leadership. Instead, let us foster an informed electorate that takes responsibility for their choices, making decisions with intelligence and consideration. Only through this approach can we strike a fair balance and give willing individuals a chance to serve our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. Third opposition speaker. We will now pause for 1 minute to allow you to put the finishing touches on your reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute break, we will begin with the reply speech from the opposition, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are ready now to hear the reply speech. The one from the opposition first, followed by that from the proposition. Let's make the opposition reply speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Let me preface my rebuttal with clarifying the following. We are aware of the Jamaica Integrity Commission. We are aware that all prospective nominees are required to have their police records checked and report on candidates, as well as the fact that political parties themselves, for their own integrity and reliability, are required by Constitution to conduct background checks on aspiring candidates. Moving on, we've agreed throughout this debate Jamaica is corrupt. People feel powerless and incapable of bettering their country, which is what we, the opposition, said. Not that people don't care about the results of elections or about voting, but that they feel demoralized. That is a word that we used, demoralized. While PROP has yet to deal with the issues of ambiguity, which they still have yet to outline how will allow for a safe and fair judgment of all prospective candidates when the exact powers and limitations of this new organization they're proposing have yet to be fully defined, they have also not differentiated themselves from other measures and organizations in place. They have provided us with a solution on their end. They provided us with the possible benefits within their world. However, they have yet to show us exactly why all the previous ones fail and why there was a bigger difference than just more intense checks. Furthermore, wouldn't their policy overlap be all too eerily similar to the methods already in place, which they have deemed as failing? Moving on. PROP wishes to educate the populace on the lives and secrets of prospective candidates. We wish to reinvigorate the will of people along with their wisdom and to allow them to take up the accountability they have as voters to put in power individuals who care and are capable of leading their country in the proper direction. Duty. PROP grants power to their ECJ, but does not truly consider where the full duty should lie. As during this debate, the exact question of who is responsible for verifying whether or not individuals should be considered eligible for nomination has been left in a somewhat ambiguous state due to the fact that while on the surface it looks like organizations should simply judge them, invade their privacy possibly, and see whether or not they are capable of leading the country reasonably, they have yet to truly deal with how they will educate the populace on anything more than whether or not their candidates had an affair in the past. Overall, what side opposition stands for is that we want a method that will actually work. We want a method that will actually tackle the situation from more than just the already overused higher end. We already have several methods and organizations in place, and we don't see the need for a new one when there's not a significant change being shown to us pragmatically, factually, and fairly. Side opposition rests knowing that you have realized all the errors in place with this policy and know that they should go back to the drawing board.
All right, thank you very much, reply speaker on the opposition side. Again, concluding the case for Port Antonio High School. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to bring the curtains down on this debate, we welcome the proposition reply speaker representing Campion College. Hear, hear.
Adjudicators, fellow teammates, audience, and also worthy opponents, a pleasant good evening to you all once again. I stand before you resolute in full unwavering support of the proposition. Knowing this, I simply cannot allow the opposition to get away with these, pardon my strong language, truly ludicrous claims made by the members of their opposition. Firstly, once again, I must reiterate a crucial segment of our policy. It states, and I quote, "These background checks would include scrutiny of financial and tax information, healthy records, and criminal background information." The opposition has clearly ignored this fact to further their plain unfounded claims. The culprits of this crime are both the second and third speaker. They state that this is an invasion of privacy and that it must be considered. This made up 90% of their substantive points, if you can even call it that at this point. As I previously stated, this point is completely voided by our policy and has such been completely erased. This is because the things in which we ask are not confidential in any way. In fact, these are necessary to get even the simplest of jobs. Is that an invasion of privacy too? According to findlaw.com, an invasion of privacy is defined as an unjustifiable intrusion into one's personal life. Their definition is completely incorrect. The second crime is committed by their first speaker. They say that let the people decide. But we are. Ultimately, the people will choose who represents them. But they'll have access to better candidates and get a chance to see the background of their candidates too, to make more informed choices about who they want to represent them. Besides, political parties already inherently discriminate against who represents them. Is it suddenly undemocratic that they can choose between nominating one person or another instead of leaving it up to the people, as you said? And what of other restrictions we have on who can run for office? Is it undemocratic to bar 15, 17, 19-year-olds from office? Should we leave it up to the people to decide whether they want someone with a death sentence who isn't currently imprisoned to represent them too? The truth is, there are interests that political parties are trying to protect when they discriminate against people who run against them to win. Similarly, there are interests Jamaica is trying to protect when it prevents 19-year-olds from running, and which we would be trying to protect when we prevent obviously corrupt people from gaining political power. Namely, we want to create the best society where the people most fit for office are elected for office. The only way for the opposition to have even the slightest chance of challenging our stance, as stated by our second speaker, is to A, show that the decline that we speak of does not exist. B, show that our political processes and institutions are not failing to deliver good candidates. Or C, show that our democracy is not threatened by corruption. The opposition has failed to convince us of any of these and have done nothing but waste 20 minutes of our time. The proposition now finally rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that signals the end of our debate. We will at this time as judges leave to deliberate, to reflect on what we have heard and return with the verdict. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this match. We are in with the results, and of course, before we get to the results, we have some feedback. Now, the debate that we just witnessed had to do with whether or not we should require that candidates for political office that they be subjected to rigorous background and integrity tests. Yes, we had defending that motion, Campion College, and opposing that motion, we had Port Antonio High School. Now, some very interesting ideas came out of this debate. But before we get into the weeds of the debate, I invite you to give both teams a round of applause. We thought they did well enough to earn that applause. And so let's get into what we thought of the debate and the arguments generally. So Campion tells us that for a number of reasons, we should implement this system of rigorous background and integrity tests. They say that Jamaica's international reputation is under assault, that corruption is rife in the country, and when corruption gets into politics, it does harm to the governance of the country. They also point to the fact that Jamaica's paltry, low levels of political participation amongst its citizenry is because the citizens really don't feel that there is anything worthwhile in them becoming engaged in the democratic processes because, quite frankly, all politicians are corrupt. Now, of course, on the opposition side, they agreed with the sort of characterization of the status quo, which would say that Jamaicans view, by and large, politicians as being corrupt, and that is what contributes largely to the political apathy or the voter apathy within the country. They say, though, that the way to treat with this is not to subject prospective politicians to rigorous background and integrity tests. They say, better yet, we should really imbue within the population the values of integrity and good citizenship. They say that that's a more important way of treating with the issue. At that point, at the point at which we get a sort of a counter model coming from opposition, we're realizing that, and just to note, it wasn't pointed out by proposition, but just an observation for us here in the room and online, and of course, as debaters, recognize that opposition, when opposition comes with what is a counter policy, meaning something that should be done as an alternative to what proposition wants us to do, that alternative should generally be not something that can be done at the same time as proposition's mechanism. It should not be sort of something that proposition can say, yeah, we will do that too, although proposition didn't do that. So we thought that it was a kind of a counter policy that was not what we call mutually exclusive to what proposition wanted to do. In other words, proposition could have said, yeah, we will teach civics and integrity across the population while we do this kind of system that requires background checks, rigorous background checks, and of course, rigorous integrity checks as well. The second thing to note as well, in terms of how proposition engaged with the debate, proposition chose from the outset to challenge the rigor of the mechanism. They say, well, there are systems of assessment already, but what proposition seems to be advancing here are more rigorous, more intrusive, more intensified approaches to assess the politician or would-be politician. They contend further on that such mechanisms aren't necessarily going to bring the true and correct results. In other words, because these processes are human-based and are somewhat subjective, it's not worthwhile us proceeding along proposition's path, they say. At which point, we are left to wonder, why is the subjectivity of the process such an inherent harm? And we also recognize that was also a sort of a point for consideration for us as judges, given the fact as well that another argument from opposition, which said, well, you're intruding on the human rights, the fundamental human rights of the political candidate. proposition tells us that yes, we are intruding on their rights to privacy, but it's a justifiable intrusion, given one, that there are enormous benefits to be gained within the society, and two, that, hey, you're applying for a job, and you are making a decision to enter into that job, and a part of what qualifies you for the job is to be deemed qualified for the job through this mechanism. We thought that that was a generally satisfactory response. I think we would have benefited even more from proposition had proposition pointed to other careers, for example, because becoming a politician is a career that would warrant such scrutiny. That would have sort of maybe crystallized it even more. Not that that was absolutely required, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, those are just a few of the points that we considered when we mulled over the arguments. We thought generally that there were several arguments that needed additional development. We would have benefited more from like really concrete examples to see how things work. We valued significantly the argument from opposition that said, well, what we're effectively doing is we're robbing the voting population from choosing whomever they want to elect them, on this, to serve them as politicians, rather. On the surface of it, that argument seems to be plausible, reasonable even, but then proposition responds and tells us that, well, it's okay to rob the citizenry of its voting options, given again the options, the benefits rather, that are to be had through their mechanisms. We thought it would have been really, really exciting to see even more engagement on that point particularly. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the results. The team that wins on 244 points, and the team in second place lands that spot with 235 points. The winner of this match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is Proposition Campion College. And so congratulations to Proposition Campion College for, edging out, dare I say, the opposition. Or was it an edge? Maybe not. For winning, against Port Antonio High School. But I think Port Antonio did a very good job, a creditable job as well, and is deserving themselves of a round of applause. Now, speakers to be commended, highlighted. We thought that the first speaker on proposition did a good job at establishing concrete harms that exist within the society and within the world, within the status quo right now. We thought that those harms had longevity throughout the debate, meaning they were relevant right throughout the debate. But we thought that, and so that's a commendable debater. We thought, though, that the best debater in this match was actually the third debater. That's the first speaker. That's the best debater. Sorry. The best debater is the first speaker from Campion College. Give that speaker a round of applause. And that speaker's name is Emily Melhedo. All right, and of course, the commendable debater is the third speaker from Campion College as well. All right, just want to express thanks to our viewing audience on social media. We have another match coming up, so come back and watch that match as well. And remember to make your voices and your opinions known by voting for the team that you think deserves your 5 points. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final rounds of debate for the zonal version, the zonal rounds of the hashtag Free Republic Secondary Schools debate, put on by the Advocates Network and convened by JADE. It's been a long day. We've had some exciting debates, and now we're going to enter into the last debate for today. So with me, we have the school in proposition, which is WOLMER'S Boys School facing off against Immaculate Conception High School. And they will be debating the motion. This House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. So just some ground rules. The speaker times are: first speaker gets 8 minutes, second speaker gets 7, third speaker gets 5, the reply speaker gets 3 points. The first minute and last minute of each speech are considered protected time in which no points of information will be allowed. The reply speech does not allow any points of information. Without any further ado, we now invite the first proposition speaker from the team in WOLMER'S to open their case.
All protocols observed. Panel, good afternoon. Members viewing online and in person. Knowledge makes the world go round. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is king. Wisdom is a byproduct of knowledge and experience, and one may argue that knowledge is empty and ineffectual without the exercise of wisdom. Yet we believe that tertiary education can imbue all of the above, which a member of parliament must possess in order to facilitate good governance. Hence, the proposition stands resolutely in its support for the addition of an undergraduate tertiary degree to the eligibility requirements to become a Jamaican Member of Parliament. Following this line of reasoning, the proposition will be arguing for this policy because of a few main reasons. One, requiring an undergraduate tertiary degree serves as a method of sifting the most suitable candidate for MP by establishing a meritocracy. Two, undergraduate degree programs imbue the individuals which undertake them with invaluable skills needed for the political field. My subsequent proposition speakers will expound on the benefits of degree-holding MPs to the functioning of the executive as cabinet ministers, improvement of the performance and credibility of Parliament, and galvanizing the public to attain their own tertiary certifications. The first concept I will present for you is that politics is a full-time job, and like any job, must attract the most competent individuals. To provide greater vetting of this process means establishing expectations which underscore how integral the post really is. If a job has little to no requirements, tell me, what would you think of it? That job would not be valued necessarily as high as another job, which has greater demands. A job with greater demands results in greater effort and output, as well as commensurate remuneration. With the exorbitant 200% and more pay increases that have been taken on by the Jamaican government, it is only fitting that the reward is equal to the requirements. Then Jamaican people can be satisfied that the role of MP is a respectable and diligent one, gaining credibility and commanding respect from the populace. Adding to the prerequisites to become an MP is a good start. At present, the requirements to become a member of parliament are just too few. All one needs is to be aged 21 or over, be a Commonwealth citizen residing in the island for about 12 months before the general election, a decent criminal record, and about 10 signatories in support of your nomination. Any ordinary job in the private sector, even entry-level positions, like a cashier in a fast food restaurant, requires at least math and English at the CSEC level. So this is not an entirely new idea. Having so little requirement for parliamentary candidacy is not in the spirit of equal opportunity, but sheer disregard for the rigor of its office and the status. Our existing legislature has been making moves in the right direction by proposing the so-called Green Paper and White Paper to Parliament. These outline the responsibilities of members of Parliament and ministers of cabinet respectively in the form of job descriptions. Such steps, alongside the policy we propose, aid in creating greater structure and formalization to the job of an MP. The more selective the process becomes, the more competitive the post for MP becomes. Therefore, attracting more erudite professionals away from the private sector and into the public service. At the end of the day, constituents and the country at large will benefit from a higher standard of representation and lawmaking. The implementation of this policy will be fairly simple. In the registration process of a prospective candidate, they will be required to show proof of their educational certification to the Chief Electoral Officer of their constituency. So you may ask, why are we implementing this when many successful democracies have not? Where's the precedent? Well, we have found that countries such as Azerbaijan and Turkey require presidential candidates to have tertiary degrees, while the Philippines requires them to be literate. And we have read documents in which the idea is presented that India also aspires to establish such systems. But what makes all these countries common? I see that they're developing nations. So if you argue that the developed nations, which are economically booming and are liberal democracies, are not adopting these policies, we argue that in developing countries like Jamaica, that has about 15% of its employed population having tertiary certification, then we believe that this status quo necessitates a move of action. On to my second point, though, which states that an undergraduate degree program, regardless of the faculty, provides pivotal preparation for the political field in ways that secondary school cannot. To show you the value of a tertiary educational experience, I will make links between what is done there and the task that is carried out as an MP. As defined by the University of the West Indies, an undergraduate student is one that is pursuing a bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degrees are usually considered to be stepping stones to postgraduate programs, such as master's, MBA, PhD programs. These are usually achieved after a 3 or 4 year course at a college or university. College or university is the part of the education system which requires the most independence and responsibility. One is expected to produce quality results with the minimum input from lecturers and tutors. Students must learn to absorb large amounts of content in their field of study for reproduction in periodical exams. As an MP, one takes on the responsibility of a legislator. This involves tabling bills in Parliament and debating their provisions in order to point out flaws, inconsistencies, and areas of improvement. College prepares politicians to read and analyze content, then to present on said content. Seeing that the requirement matriculations to universities in Jamaica include mastery in the English language and communication studies, it is expected that students who have completed such programs must have a grasp of simple communication. In addition, those who haven't achieved mastery in their external examinations are required to be re-examined. To hone the aforementioned skills, undergraduate programs involve courses such as critical reading and writing. Such programs enhance and catalyze the propensity for research and critical thinking, soft skills which are in high demand in the political field. Besides merely the formal courses and requirements, undergraduate programs also develop future political leaders in the social setting provided outside of the lecture hall. A huge part of an MP's job is the ability to relate to their constituents and consequently represent them effectively. Given this, it would be remiss of me to exclude the training grounds that a tertiary program provides for advocacy. Students, government, leadership, and campus life is where many of our future leaders start off. For example, as an undergraduate at the UA, for Prime Minister, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson served as the chairman of UWI's External Affairs Commission, where he gained exposure to world leaders and international political thought through attendance at a number of international student fora. The process of campaigning sees students canvassing, creating manifestos, and eventually implementing the policies of their manifestos during their time in office. This effectively simulates the experience of an MP. Panel, I have demonstrated the impact of this policy on the political field in Jamaica, and I turn the decision over to you. Thank you for your time.
A pleasant afternoon to all in attendance. Judges, members of the proposition, fellow debaters, and spectators. The opposition stands here today to vehemently protest the motion this House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. The second Speaker of the Opposition, Abigail Taylor, will skillfully elucidate the unsustainability of this motion given the financial constraints of Jamaican citizens, as well as the exclusivity that would be demonstrated by imposing the requirement for a tertiary level undergraduate degree upon candidates for the role of Member of Parliament. She will be followed by the third opposition speaker, Aisha Stone, who will explain the disadvantages of barring individuals with valuable perspectives from having a fair chance at attaining the opportunity to represent their people in the capacity of Member of Parliament. First of all, while tertiary level education can be an advantageous asset in representative governance, it would be our greatest mistake to believe that it guarantees effective governance. In fact, we would be deluding ourselves. The first proposition speaker did say that knowledge is power and that tertiary education imbues this knowledge. However, and he also said that imposing this requirement would allow us to sift for the most legible. This then implies that those without undergraduate degrees are not legible for the position of Member of Parliament. It is factual that many members of Parliament have been deemed inadequate or ineffective. However, there exists no evidence to suggest that this is strongly correlated to the possession of or lack thereof of a tertiary level undergraduate degree. On the contrary, some members of Parliament do not possess a tertiary level undergraduate degree and are still found to be more effective than those who do. Let us examine two members of Parliament, one with an undergraduate degree and one without. Case in point, Minister Desmond Mackenzie, who, mind you, does not currently have an undergraduate degree. He currently has a 71% score on the Jamaica Accountability Meter, which is higher than the 69% awarded to Minister Juliet Holness, who does indeed possess both an undergraduate degree and a postgraduate degree, which she obtained at the University of the West Indies. Let us further examine this case by comparing his effectiveness to hers. Minister Desmond Mackenzie even led the charge to construct a building, the Desmond Mackenzie Transitional Center for the Homeless, as he could see and understand the dangers, dare I say perils, of those who are forced to live on the streets as a result of their economic state or other factors. Axiomatically, his lack of an undergraduate degree has not limited his ability to represent his people and to govern them. So much so that he has rightly been given the title Man of the Soil. To go further, we could even examine the famous Dr. Andrew Wheatley. This man holds a doctorate of philosophy, which is one of the highest levels of educational attainment one can have. Still, this was not sufficient for his case when he was entangled in a scandal. After examining this evidence, which perfectly concretizes our argument, the opposition is unable to comprehend why it is that the proposition seeks to persuade us, and worse yet, mislead the masses into believing that an undergraduate degree must be a strict requirement for those vying to become members of Parliament, and that this would help resolve any current political issues. Let us establish the fact that the members of Parliament are voted in by the citizens of their constituency to represent them. Hence, these representative leaders must be able to relate to the persons who they speak for, as you have rightly said. Ladies and gentlemen, let us examine the Jamaican populace. According to a credible source on financial data called the Borgen Project, approximately 23% of Jamaicans are currently facing poverty. As our second speaker will provide more information on, tertiary level education is not by any means inexpensive or easily attainable, especially for those without the capability of meeting such high rates for their education. If we impose this proposed barrier, who would be able to speak for those of the lower class who make up a relatively large portion of the Jamaican population? Who would stand in the gap for those who are suffering due to the harsh...
information.
Accepted?
You mentioned that the MP must be able to relate to their constituent, but we believe that they should be able to relate and also have the knowledge and benefit of research behind them to be able to find solutions to their problems, and that comes with a tertiary education.
And to that I say, opponent, it is not only a tertiary level education that can give a person the ability to express themselves and to research properly to find solutions for issues. Who would stand in the gap for those who are suffering due to the harsh reality of Jamaica's economic vulnerability and in need of someone who has faced and can relate to their circumstance to be their voice at Gordon House? A member of the intelligentsia representing people of the lower class will lead to misrepresentation and underrepresentation. Individuals who have been able to attain certain opportunities and privileges in their life are in many cases not totally aware of or have never dealt with the issues that many of their constituents are currently battling. The constitutional right of our citizens is to vote for anyone who they believe will represent them well. This House does not believe it is reasonable for us to therefore inhibit the political process and fair and proper representation with such stringent criteria. The opposition temporarily rests our case.
All right, thank you for that. We now invite the second proposition speaker to extend the case for Team WOLMER'S.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, members of the opposition and the government, and our audience, good afternoon. The government stands in full agreement with the motion. This House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. As the second speaker, I will highlight how an undergraduate degree will aid in improving the selection process for the cabinet, improving cabinet ministers' performance within their respective offices, and strengthen the credibility of all candidates. But before I get into my speech, I would like to rebut some of the arguments presented by the opposition. The speaker from the opposition just now spoke to the fact that people need someone who can relate to them. However, we do not believe that education is what is going to stop our members of parliament from relating to the people in their constituencies. Judges, take this into consideration. When you are choosing a lawyer, you want to choose a lawyer that has the best education and expertise to represent you. When you want a psychologist or a therapist, you are choosing someone who has their degree in psychology because you feel like they will be able to best relate to you and help you. And similarly, for our members of parliament, it is better that we choose those who have the education to relate to you and to articulate what you want to represent of yourself to the best of their ability, to the best of their abilities. Also, the opposition plans to come and talk about the financial constraints of the citizens to achieve tertiary level education. Mr. Speaker, this is a fault of the state, not the citizens. It is the state's fault for not being able to provide everyone with the necessary allotment to achieve education beyond a certain criteria. And if we are to make up for this or apologize for this by allowing our members of parliament to enter without a college degree, we are doing more of a disservice to the citizens as we are weakening the representation that they have. Firstly, making it a requirement for all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have an undergraduate degree will make it easier in the future when sifting through the possible candidates to form the cabinet. To become a cabinet minister, one must first be a member of Parliament, which is accepted.
You stated previously that it would weaken the representation if we allowed persons without a college education to represent the people of the country. However, my house, it is the belief of my house and the masses that a person who did not get the opportunity to attain a college education, however, had the perseverance and the skills to make it as far as Member of Parliament would.
Continuing. To become a cabinet minister, one must first be a member of Parliament, which is why it is important for all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have an undergraduate degree. A cabinet minister, as defined by Wernick, is a member of the executive branch of government who has been appointed to the cabinet. The group of leading policymakers, advisors, and overseers of governmental departments who report to the Prime Minister. In Jamaica, cabinet ministers are assigned to different portfolios by the Prime Minister, which serve as a record of the different departments and other agencies that they are in charge of. As the manager of these departments, it is fundamental that the minister have the requisite qualification and expertise to serve in these departments. Having an undergraduate degree will help the Prime Minister to assign cabinet ministers to ministries where they would be most impactful based on their field of study. Based on their field of study, the Prime Minister will be able to choose the best candidate to serve in the capacity of cabinet minister for their various portfolios. Mr. Speaker, this would likely see an improvement in the governance of the country, as those serving in those posts would already be carrying their expertise to the field. A more educated individual will make decisions on what policies to implement and what projects to undertake to make their ministry more lucrative. It is seen in the article, Do Educated Leaders Matter, by Timothy Beasley, who is a part of the Department of Economics at the London School of Economics, that an educated leader on average contributes to economic growth by 0.7% per annum, while an uneducated leader contributes by only a mere 0.05% to economic growth. Let me clarify what they use as a criteria for an educated leader. They have a system called the college dummy, where to meet the requirement to become called an educated leader, you must have at least your undergraduate degree, which is what is most applicable to this debate that we're having here. This data is used, the data used for this shows more than 1,000 political leaders between 1875 and 2004 of countries across our globe, which is why it is most applicable and helps my point. Take, for example, former Prime Minister Edward Tiaga, who served in the cabinet as Minister of Development and Welfare, where he had the responsibility of social development and planning in all areas, and later on as Minister of Finance. He graduated from Harvard with a bachelor's degree in social sciences. While serving in this role, he made significant improvement to Jamaica by establishing many financial institutions, thus creating a then thriving financial market for newly independent Jamaica, which was rewarded with significant growth in the economy of Jamaica. This has seen him being recognized by some of the leading economists within our country as one of the best cabinet and prime ministers that Jamaica has had since independence, such as Dennis Chung. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, Mr. Speaker. For us to grow as a country, we need members of parliament who are well educated, being the benchmark. Having an undergraduate degree who can later apply their skills to improving the various sectors of Jamaica's economy. Additionally, those who report to them as they lead their different ministries would have to be very well educated to have attained that job. Therefore, the standard should not be lower for those who sit at the top of the food chain. As they oversee these communities, it is important for these candidates to be well educated so that they're able to properly evaluate the work done by their subordinates. When we have this standard raised at this level, there will be ripple effects and greater accountability along the chain of command. It will cause better quality work on all levels. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, having all candidates for the member for the Member of Parliament have at least an undergraduate degree would improve the credibility of those holding this post. As stated by the Prime Minister, being a Member of Parliament is a profession and therefore must have some criteria as it relates to education. The implementation of this policy would aid greatly in achieving Vision 2030.
Thank you very much to the second opposition speaker. We now invite the second opposition speaker from Team Immaculate Conception to further enhance their case.
A pleasant afternoon to the panel of adjudicators, to the most worthy opponents of the proposition, and to all spectators. My name is Abigail Taylor, and I am the second speaker of the opposition. Now, before I get into my...
Hello? Okay, thank you.
Right. A pleasant afternoon to the panel of adjudicators, to the most worthy members of the proposition, and to all spectators. My name is Abigail Taylor, and I am the second speaker of the opposition. As our first speaker, Dejane, mentioned previously, this House believes that making tertiary education a requirement for the enrollment of a Member of Parliament is a practice which is, quite frankly, unsustainable. However, before I get into my portion, I would simply like to ask the proposition if there's something that you would suggest to alleviate the lack of financial aid that is provided by the state for individuals who have the mind to work but were not fortunate enough to have the financial aspects required for them to thrive or for them to pursue a tertiary education? Or is it that you simply want to restrict them further to these financial constraints and disallow them from becoming a nation builder by giving of their time, advocacy, and heart to service? Now, with that being said, firstly, let's face it. The majority of Jamaicans lack a tertiary education. A study which was done by NOMA, expressed that in the year 2015, only 27.2% of Jamaicans were enrolled in a tertiary institution, and over the years, conditions have barely improved. Meaning that should we make tertiary education compulsory for the enrollment of a Member of Parliament, only approximately 30% of the population would be eligible of becoming a politician, which would result in a severe lack of inclusivity amongst Jamaicans at large. One must also consider that of these 30% of Jamaicans, only a fraction of them would have political intent. Thus, the scope of members of parliament would be terribly decreased, limiting the overall growth of members in the country. Now, the reasons as to why only 30% of the population is able to pursue tertiary education are many. However, one important reason would be the economic state of your average Jamaican. In a study conducted by the Jamaica Tertiary Education Committee in partnership with the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, the average tuition fee for most tertiary institutions in Jamaica in the year 2017 was 1.16 million Jamaican dollars over a 3-year program. According to the average salary survey, the most typical salary earned by a Jamaican in the labor force is 1.08 million Jamaican dollars. Should we multiply this figure by 3, that would give you 3.24 million Jamaican dollars every 3 years. With this being said, please note that the cost of living for a single individual on a monthly basis in Jamaica, according to Nubio Network, is 121,000 Jamaican dollars, approximately. If we multiply this by 12, the cost of living for Jamaicans per year is 1.46 million Jamaican dollars. Finally, when you multiply this by 3, it is 4.38 million Jamaican dollars every 3 years. Now, I'll ask you to recall that the typical salary earned by your average working Jamaican was $3.2 million, which unfortunately pales in comparison to the $4.3 million that I had mentioned. That would work out to be the average cost of living for a Jamaican citizen. Also, it is worth noting that this did not even begin to factor in the cost of a tertiary tuition. Therefore, how is it that one could possibly expect that a student would be able to develop a tertiary education without being in serious debt? This is absolutely nonsensical, as that was factoring in the fact that that party would be a member of the labor force, which, unfortunately, most 19 to 24-year-olds, which is the average age at which students enroll in a tertiary institution are, would not yet have the qualifications that allow them to get a job within the labor force that would substantiate these costs. And as such, is it that you're saying that these individuals are incompetent of becoming a politician simply due to their lack of a tertiary education? As if one cannot afford to attend a tertiary institution, then they simply might not. And is it that this lack of attendance makes them incapable of becoming a nation builder? I would beg to disagree. And it is only limiting for the country, as once the number of students that attain a tertiary education decrease, the pool of candidates that are capable of then becoming a politician decreases even further. With that being said, let us even take it another step further and then examine the percentage of both sexes that are enrolled in these tertiary institutions. That would be the people that were capable of going to a tertiary institution rather. According to an article entitled Male Underachievement in Jamaica, it has been found that only 20% of these students were males, meaning that in retrospect, only the remaining 80% of attendees are females. With this being said, should we restrict the possibility of becoming a politician to only the tertiary educated? As this would mean that perhaps 10 to 20 years down the line, of the already small percentage of Jamaicans on a whole that are qualified to becoming politicians, the probability of that individual being male would be little to none. This would therefore lead to Jamaica being run predominantly by women, thus almost negating the influence of men in our political decisions. That would be absolutely devastating to the country, considering that for our country to be run well, we need inputs from both sexes. Thus, removing one sex lessens the ability for the country to thrive. This is a threat to inclusivity, and this therefore proves the potential unsustainability of this decision. It is with all of these factors that the opposition believes it ludicrous to prohibit Jamaicans that lack a tertiary education from becoming politicians. Thank you.
We thank the second opposition speaker and now invite the third proposition speaker to put forward the last substantive case for team proposition.
All protocols observed, good afternoon. As a final speaker for the government, it is incumbent on me to address the misled beliefs of the opposition in their response to this motion. Now, the last speaker spoke about, we have to wonder as government if they are really focusing on the status quo at hand and what currently exists in Jamaica. There has been a sort of generalization and fallacy that has continued in this debate, where they have assumed that only persons attending university are persons who are able to afford it. And the times have changed, and the society is now an open society where many persons who are not from wealthy backgrounds are getting into university and getting a degree. So to make the point, or to make a suggestion that persons who get into university are mostly persons who are wealthy and can afford it is not true. And there are many avenues nowadays to actually get a tertiary degree, such as student loans, scholarships, grants, etc. So I just like to clear up that generalization. Additionally, the point was made that if we implement this policy, we'll be favoring the females more so than the males. And I'd just like to address this again. Currently in the status quo, we have mostly males in parliament. And so I question the opposition's mentioning of that point, especially in considering the fact that currently we have mostly men in parliament who represent the people, and this demographic, it has been stated that it is a reason for concern, but I fail to see how that in this motion, in this debate, was a predominantly relevant point. Additionally, just to briefly mention on the point that was made by the first opposition speaker about the stringent measure, we disagree fundamentally with this, and we believe that it is not stringent at all, because persons who are in fact beneath the role of an MP are required in of themselves to have a tertiary degree education, and we believe that that should not be underscored. Now, getting into my speech, the first proposition speaker would have highlighted the importance of a tertiary undergraduate degree, and this must not be underestimated. According to the World Bank, graduates of tertiary education are, among other things, and I quote, more environmentally conscious, have healthier habits, and have a higher level of civic and political participation, and that is an important part. This is in contrast to those who are not educated at tertiary level. They usually have less regard for civic and political processes, and education at the tertiary level is very well-rounded, and the first we could have mentioned this from the government. And most degrees include elective courses such as economics, law and governance, or at least some sort of social sciences, which would be necessary for a role in government, especially at the level of an MP. Therefore, I can say without fear of opposition that persons who have attained tertiary level education would generally take the roles of members of parliament with a high sense of duty and commitment. They will hold their offices with greater esteem and regard and be more conscious of civic and political realities than those without a tertiary level degree. This does not undermine our democracy nor prove to be a disservice to the Jamaican people. It would only offer a higher quality form of representation and perception of our members of parliament. Secondly, the seat of legislature is often presented as a representation of the will of the people and should embody the qualities that are inspirational to the Jamaican populace. After all, the parliament is where the nation's laws are developed to maintain stability, law and order, and good governance. The parliament, therefore, should be a respected and dignified office which the Jamaican people can look to as a champion of democracy, stability, and decency, and aspire to achieve likewise. For too long, the Jamaican parliament, in particular the lower house, has suffered from the perception of poor representation and indecency. And we believe this is a consequence of overtly political forces exploiting the simple qualifications to run and be elected a member of parliament in our country without adequate qualifications nor assessment regime. And in all, the opposition has still not yet proposed a solution to this problem nor a counter policy. With all this said, it can be warranted that if this policy is implemented, the parliament, as a representation of the aspirations of the will of the people, would serve as a catalyst to develop the view of the Jamaican people. If the requirement to sit in the House of Representatives be included or be expanded to include undergraduate tertiary degrees, then others in society will aspire to achieve the same standard educational achievement, even if they do not want to serve in politics. Let us be clear. We as a government have painstakingly highlighted how this undergraduate degree would serve as an effective and standardized measuring point, which would not only improve the crop of members of parliament, but will also galvanize the mindset of the Jamaican people to achieve an undergraduate degree. MPs and parliamentarians at large are not just legislators, but influencers in the Jamaican society, and that is a role that should not be underestimated. Judges and the audience, at this time of constitutional reform, the people and the people's interests must come first. Members of parliament serve the interests of the people and should be qualified and capable of fulfilling this most precious role. Thank you.
All right, and now we invite the third opposition speaker to close out the substantive part of the debate for Team Immaculate College, Immaculate Conception.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, and fellow debaters. Today, this House stands before you to oppose the motion that proposes to require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to possess at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. Firstly, I would like to address some points made by the third speaker of the proposition. First of all, he misinterpreted the point that was made by our second speaker, which stated that in the future to come, having initiated these requirements, the politicians will automatically become females based on the current statistics if the trends were to continue. We were not favoring females, we were only using statistics to interpret what would happen. Now I will get into my speech. While education is undoubtedly important, this House believes that imposing such a requirement is not only unfair, but detrimental to the principles of democracy and representative governance. Tertiary degree requirements may exclude people who have valuable abilities, viewpoints, and experiences, but have not had the opportunity to further their education. As a result, there can be a decreased variety in the views and ideas represented in Parliament. The representation of many viewpoints and ideologies is one of the key tenets of a democratic society. This ideal could be compromised if candidates for the position of Member of Parliament are required to hold a post-secondary degree. We run the risk of restricting the range of ideas represented in the Parliament by eliminating people with valuable skills and perspectives, which would eventually undermine the democratic process. It is essential to recognize that knowledge and expertise come in different forms. While a tertiary degree may provide individuals with a deep understanding of specific subjects, it does not necessarily guarantee a comprehensive understanding of the complex issues our society faces. Having a degree in, for example, computer science will not make you any better at dealing with social issues like poverty or inequality in your constituency. These topics require a diverse perspective. We run the risk of producing a homogeneous group with little understanding of these complex issues if we limit parliamentary candidates to those with tertiary degrees. Furthermore, an educational requirement for political positions such as this may perpetuate an elitist ideal and reinforce power structures made to keep the poor in their place. There are sometimes difficulties in the path of marginalized populations or people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Accepted.
You speak about a collegiate degree in, for example, computer science not in helping you to represent your constituency. But we have made it clear that we believe that these degrees will help you to further your constituency. It's different expertise and fields. It's not necessarily in one broad case. It will help the economy in another field.
You're not asking a question, you're stating a point. I resume. Furthermore, there are sometimes difficulties in the path of marginalized populations or people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds pursuing higher education because not everyone has equal access to tertiary education. Therefore, having this requirement denies people from poorer socioeconomic backgrounds the right to a foot in the political arena and denies them the opportunity to contribute their individual experiences and viewpoints. This exclusion violates the inclusion and equal representation values necessary for a robust democracy. This range of perspectives encourages more thorough discussions, inclusive policies, and ultimately better governance. The college educated does not speak for the inner city youth who could not get education. They cannot speak for the underprivileged who were not even granted a foot inside this privileged door to tertiary education. How can a leader who does not represent, relate to, or understand its people be the head of a democracy which is founded on the basis for the people, by the people? Members of the proposition limiting the members of parliament to only the college educated stifles the right of the people to choose someone who truly represents them and their ideals. Let us embrace a more inclusive and diverse political environment that values the knowledge, expertise, and viewpoints of people from all backgrounds. Then we can be certain that our parliament actually represents the people it is meant to represent. The opposition rests its case.
Thank you for that. At this time, we will take a minute hiatus for the reply speeches to be finished formulating, after which we'll invite the reply speaker from side opposition to come forward. All right, that is 1 minute elapsed. We now invite the opposition reply.
Good afternoon again to all in attendance. We have noticed that the government has been nothing short of insensitive to the dire situation that our country is currently facing. You proposed these solutions to the issue of poverty that we are currently experiencing in this nation. You proposed student loans and scholarships or grants. But mind you, proposition, currently, an estimated 147,000 Jamaican students are struggling every day under a burden of insurmountable student loan debt. We're asking the Prime Minister and the Minister, to define and establish a student loan forgiveness program with immediate effect. It is also true that the competitiveness for Jamaican scholarships is not to be neglected. The selection ratio is currently 1 in 35, which is not adequate when we are trying to determine those who are to be allowed to represent our nation's people. Now, a couple points were made by the proposition that the opposition seeks to rebut. You said that tertiary education imbues knowledge, and that is good for sifting of the most eligible, yes? But this implies that those without undergraduate degrees are not eligible of becoming members of parliament. Leaders are born, not made, and tertiary education is not designed to teach individuals leadership. The second speaker said that a tertiary level undergraduate degree would strengthen their capability to represent their people. But how so? It may be true that having an undergraduate degree would strengthen their capability. However, MPs are not exactly required to have a degree in political science, which is what would be applicable for a member of parliament. You agreed that poverty is an issue and is the fault of the state, but you haven't said how this issue must be resolved. You have instead given us bandages to slap on the issue, such as student loan and scholarships, which I have said are not truly effective. You cited a source that has information from 1895 to 2004, but my question to you is, how is that accurate for today's situation? We're currently living in 2023, and I ask you to keep up with the times. Evaluation is taught at all levels of education, and you have indicated that tertiary level undergraduate degree is what is necessary to teach politicians, members of parliament, evaluation. The third speaker said that the interest of the people is to be our priority, and the opposition wholeheartedly agrees. Hence, we should give them the opportunity to choose who they want to govern them, as the opposition has already elucidated. The opposition rests our case.
Thank you very much. And finally, we'll ask the reply speaker from side proposition to close out this debate.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon again. The proposition in closing its case would like to highlight some of the clashes we have found within the debates and why we believe that our stance is the correct stance and is the stance that has won the debate. Firstly, they brought up the idea that MPs need to be able to relate to their constituents and the problems that occur. We, the proposition, have highlighted education does not eradicate the ability to relate. In fact, you are able to relate now based on your higher education and contextualize and understand what they're going through and provide possible solutions and represent them well in Parliament so that they can achieve the best possible solution. They also state that this would decrease the ideas. If we were to implement all candidates having an undergraduate degree, it would decrease the ideas that come forth in Parliament to build our nations. We believe it's quite the opposite. Because of the improved research tactics and the expertise within multiple different fields that are now pooling within the Parliament, this would encourage the experts in the respective fields to introduce new tactics, new ideas, better ideas, ones that will take the mantle and lead us forward to a better and more developed country. We never stated that those without tertiary education cannot be nation builders. However, what we are stating is that the most eligible person, this means the best possible candidate for this post, would have an undergraduate degree. Judges, we're not saying that the undergraduate degree is end all be all, or it is the only thing that is important, but it is what makes them the most eligible or the best to represent us. Also, they have refuted our notion, but have failed to give us any solution. Is it that you want us to continue with no criteria at all? What is the possible solution then there? It's nothing that stands as a possible answer to what we have said. We did continue on with the status quo. And finally, they talk about the representation, how it will decrease the representation or decrease the quality of representation. We believe the quite opposite. What we are to do by implementing this policy is refining the representation to ensure that the representation is of the best quality for the people so that the country can continue to develop and to become, I would say, a better economically and actually be able to address the issues of constituents as they will be conceptualized better. Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close out the final debate for the day. At this point in time, the judges will excuse themselves to do some deliberation and will return to you in reasonable time. evening. Audio, awesome. So, after careful deliberation, the judges have come to a unanimous decision. Before I release the results, I'm going to tell you what happened in the debate and justify what our call was. So, in the estimation of the judges, we had 3 major clashes in the debate. There were peripheral arguments, but we thought these 3 major clashes and the winners of each clash would have determined who wins this debate. These clashes were whether or not education at the tertiary level produces better leaders, whether limiting the education criteria will significantly decrease the candidate pool, and lastly, whether how this affects the relatability and representation of people. So the first thing, leadership, the clash of leadership. We heard an excellent analysis in the estimation of the judges from the first proposition speaker on how it is that tertiary education fosters leadership. We heard about the different models that individuals have to go through in tertiary education in terms of lobbying and campaigning and creating manifestos and then implementing those manifestos into policy. And he gave us an excellent interpretation of how that directly relates to what we need from politicians in status quo. And we thought that was really good. We thought that was clear, and the judges loved that. We heard from Immaculate Conception that tertiary education does not necessarily make the best leaders, because somebody who has a degree in computer science does not necessarily have the capacity to engage in what we need from politicians, which is more in line with political science. In terms of that clash, we would have felt that the deep work done by proposition in showcasing how a tertiary education, not just through the basis of the course that you study, but through campaigning and the different processes of electorate that you go through, especially in the context of the example that was given, we would have felt that Team Proposition would have won the clash on leadership. The next question came up as to whether or not we'll be limiting the candidate pool. Immaculate Conception explained to us that in status quo, only approximately 30% of individuals currently have a tertiary education. The question of whose fault that was came up in the debate. The judges did not think that that was material to this debate, whose fault it was, in as much as it exists and it is a problem. Immaculate Conception explained to us in great detail with some beautiful mathematics from the speaker from Immaculate Conception, I believe it was the second speaker, who told us, or was it the first, who gave us an excellent analysis of how much money is being made by the average person, how much a college education costs, and how much one needs to survive. And we thought that was a convincing argument to say that at the end of the day, we won't necessarily have we will actually have a decrease in the candidate pool. Proposition would have come and rebutted that argument and said their access to student loans and their access to grants, which can provide and mitigate these kind of things. And Immaculate Conception would have defended their argument, brilliantly so, and saying that the harms of student loan and the lack of accessibility to scholarships still means that we will have a limited candidate pool. And so we saw that Immaculate Conception won that clash. The last clash that we saw was a question of relatability. Will limiting the candidate pool cause an election of members of parliament who are not relatable to their constituents? Immaculate Conception certainly believes so. Immaculate Conception told us that at the end of the day, that access to tertiary education is rooted somewhat in some sort of privilege, some sort of accessibility, and in so doing, that you will not have necessarily the most relatable people. However, Campion College came to us and told us that that's not necessarily the case, because WOLMER'S came and said to us, that's not necessarily the case, because the individuals who are getting access to this tertiary education come from the same communities, in as much as there are access to student loans, there are access to grants, and we see in status quo that we have not an insignificant amount of individuals from the inner city enrolling in school. And even if that is not such the case to the extent that Campion, that WOLMER'S claims it to be, it doesn't change the fact that Jamaica is a generally homogeneous society, and so we can appreciate that the struggles of one can relate to the struggles of the other. And in that regard, we think WOLMER'S just barely edged out that debate on relatability, in as much as they claim that we'll still have some form of relatability from that method. And then the benefit of having what we thought as judges was an objective truth in that we'll have better leadership through tertiary education, as explained by WOLMER'S. All that said, when we compile all the arguments together, we think that the team from WOLMER'S would have done a better job in assessing the debate. And so the team from WOLMER'S would have won this debate in the eyes of the judges. Just to go a little further, of course, we heard other things from the debate. We heard the idea that at the end of the day, we'll have a society being run by women and the lack of diversity. But we thought that, generally speaking, Immaculate Conception, that came out too late in the debate and was not substantively explained to garner you that win. Of course, we will be available after this for for feedback in case anybody has any questions, but that is it. Thank you guys for a lovely, engaging, awesome debate. I and my fellow judges thoroughly enjoyed it. And with that, we say good evening. Of course. That's right. So the best speaker for this debate was the first speaker from WOLMER'S Boys.